Wizard's First Rule. Chapter 1. It was an odd-looking vine. Dusky, variegated leaves hunkered against a stem that wound in a stranglehold around the smooth trunk of a balsam fir. Sap drooled down the wounded bark, and dry limbs slumped, making it look as if the tree were trying to voice a moan into the cool, damp morning air. Pods stuck out from the vine here and there along its length, almost seeming to look warily about for witnesses. It was the smell that had first caught his attention, a smell like the decomposition of something that had been wholly unsavory even in life. Richard combed his fingers through his thick hair as his mind lifted out of the fog of despair, coming into focus upon seeing the vine. He scanned for others, but saw none. Everything else looked normal. The maples of the upper Venn forest were already tinged with crimson, proudly showing off their new mantle in the light breeze. With nights getting colder, it wouldn't be long before their cousins down in the Heartland woods joined them. The oaks, being the last to surrender to the season, still stoically wore their dark green coats. Having spent most of his life in the woods, Richard knew all the plants, if not by name, by sight. From when Richard was very small, his friend Zed had taken him along hunting for special herbs. He had shown Richard which ones to look for, where they grew and why, and put names to everything they saw. Many times they just talked, the old man always treating him as an equal, asking as much as he answered. Zed had sparked Richard's hunger to learn, to know. This vine, though, he had seen only once before, and it wasn't in the woods. He had found a sprig of it at his father's house, in the blue clay jar Richard had made when he was a boy. His father had been a trader, and had traveled often, looking for the chance exotic or rare item. People of means had often sought him out, interested in what he might have turned up. It seemed to be the looking more than the finding that he had liked, as he had always been happy to part with his latest discovery so he could be off after the next. From a young age, Richard had liked to spend time with Zed while his father was away. Richard's brother, Michael, was a few years older, and having no interest in the woods or Zed's rambling lectures, preferred to spend his time with people of means. About 5 years before, Richard had moved away to live on his own, but he often stopped by his father's home, unlike Michael, who was always busy and rarely had time to visit. If his father had gone away, he would leave Richard a message in the blue jar telling him the latest news, some gossip, or of some sight he had seen. On the day 3 weeks before, when Michael had come and told him their father had been murdered, Richard had gone to his father's house, despite his brother's insistence that there was no reason to go, nothing he could do. Richard had long since passed the age when he did as his brother said. Wanting to spare him, the people there didn't let him see the body. But still he saw the big, sickening splashes and puddles of blood, brown and dry, across the plank floor. When Richard came close, voices fell silent except to offer sympathy, which only deepened the writhing pain. Yet he had heard them talking in hushed tones of the stories and the wild rumors of things come out of the boundary, of magic. Richard was shocked at the way his father's small home had been torn apart, as if a storm had been turned loose inside. Only a few things were left untouched. The blue message jar still sat on the shelf, and inside he found the sprig of vine. It was still in his pocket now. What his father meant him to know from it, he couldn't guess. Grief and depression overwhelmed him, and even though he still had his brother, he felt abandoned. That he was grown into manhood offered him no sanctuary from the forlorn feeling of being orphaned and alone in the world, a feeling he had known before when he was young and his mother died. Even though his father had often been away, sometimes for weeks, Richard had always known he was somewhere and would be back. Now he would never be back. Michael wouldn't let him have anything to do with the search for the killer. He said he had the best trackers in the army looking, and he wanted Richard to stay out of it for his own good. So Richard simply didn't show the vine to Michael, and went off alone every day searching for the vine. For 3 weeks he walked the trails of the Heartland woods, every trail, even the ones few others knew of, but he never saw it. Finally, against his better judgment, he gave in to the whispers in his mind and went to the upper Venn forest, close to the boundary. The whispers haunted him with the feeling that he somehow knew something of why his father had been murdered. They teased at him, tantalized him with thoughts just out of reach, and laughed at him for not seeing it. Richard lectured himself that it was his grief playing tricks, not something real. He had thought that when he found the vine, it would give him some sort of answer. Now that he had, he didn't know what to think. The whispers had stopped teasing him, but now they brooded. He knew it was just his own mind thinking, and he told himself to stop trying to give the whispers a life of their own. Zed had taught him better than that. Richard looked up at the big fir tree in its agony of death. He thought again of his father's death. The vine had been there. Now the vine was killing this tree. It couldn't be anything good. Though he couldn't do anything for his father, he didn't have to let the vine preside over another death. Gripping it firmly, he pulled, and with powerful muscles ripped the sinewy tendrils away from the tree. That's when the vine bit him. One of the pods struck out and hit the back of his left hand, causing him to jump back in pain and surprise. Inspecting the small wound, he found something like a thorn embedded in the meat of the gash. The matter was decided. The vine was trouble. He reached for his knife to dig out the thorn, but the knife wasn't there. At first surprised, he realized why and reprimanded himself for allowing his depression to cause him to forget something as basic as taking his knife with him into the woods. Using his fingernails, he tried to pull out the thorn. To his rising concern, the thorn, as if alive, wiggled itself in deeper. He dragged his thumbnail across the wound, trying to snag the thorn out. The more he dug, the deeper it went. A hot wave of nausea swept through him as he tore at the wound, making it bigger, so he stopped. The thorn had disappeared into the oozing blood. Looking about, Richard spotted the purplish-red autumn leaves of a small nannyberry tree, laden with its crop of dark blue berries. Beneath the tree, nestled in the crook of a root, he found what he sought, an alm plant. Relieved, he carefully snapped off the tender stem near its base and gently squeezed the sticky, clear liquid onto the bite. He gave a smile to old Zed for teaching him how the alm plant made wounds heal faster. The soft, fuzzy leaves always made Richard think of Zed. The juice of the alm numbed the sting, but not his worry over being unable to remove the thorn. He could feel it wriggling still deeper into his flesh. Richard squatted down and poked a hole in the ground with his finger, placed the alm in it, and fixed moss about the stem so it might regrow itself. The sounds of the forest fell dead still. Richard looked up, flinching as a dark shadow swept over the ground, leaping across limbs and leaves. There was a rushing, whistling sound in the air overhead. The size of the shadow was frightening. Birds burst from cover in the trees, giving alarm calls as they scattered in all directions. Richard peered up, searching through the gaps in the canopy of green and gold, trying to see the shadow's source. For an instant, he saw something big and red. He couldn't imagine what it could be, but the memory of the rumors and stories of things coming out of the boundary flooded back into his mind, making him go cold to the bone. The vine was trouble, he thought again. This thing in the sky could be no less. He remembered what people always said. Trouble sires 3 children, and knew immediately that he didn't want to meet the 3rd child. Discounting his fears, he started running. Just idle talk of superstitious people, he told himself. He tried to think of what could be that big and red. It was impossible. There was nothing that flew that was that large. Maybe it was a cloud or a trick of the light. But he couldn't fool himself. It was no cloud. Looking up as he ran, trying for another glimpse, he headed for the path that skirted the hillside. Richard knew that the ground dropped off sharply on the other side of the trail, and he would be able to get an unobstructed view of the sky. Tree branches, wet with rain from the night before, slapped at his face as he ran through the forest, jumping fallen trees and small rocky streams. Brush snatched at his pant legs. Dappled swatches of sunlight teased him to look up but denied him the view he needed. His breath was fast, ragged. Sweat ran cold against his face, and he could feel his heart pounding as he ran carelessly down the hillside. At last, he stumbled out of the trees onto the path, almost falling. Searching the sky, he spotted the thing, far away and too small for him to tell what it was, but he thought it had wings. He squinted against the blue brightness of the sky, shielding his eyes with his hand, trying to see for sure if there were wings moving. It slipped behind a hill and was gone. He hadn't even been able to tell if it really was red. Winded, Richard slumped down on a granite boulder at the side of the trail, absently snapping off dead twigs from a sapling beside him while he stared down at Trunt Lake below. Maybe he should go tell Michael what had happened. Tell him about the vine and the red thing in the sky. He knew Michael would laugh at the last part. He had laughed at the same stories himself. No, Michael would only be angry with him for being up near the boundary, and for going against his orders to stay out of the search for the murderer. He knew his brother cared about him, or he wouldn't always be nagging him. Now that he was grown, he could laugh off his brother's constant instructions, though he still had to endure the looks of displeasure. Richard snapped off another twig, and in frustration threw it at a flat rock. He decided he shouldn't feel singled out. After all, Michael was always telling everyone what to do, even their father. He pushed his harsh judgments of his brother aside. Today was a big day for Michael. Today, he was accepting the position of first counselor. He would be in charge of everything now, not just the town of Heartland anymore, but all the towns and villages of Westland, even the country people. Responsible for everything and everyone. Michael deserved Richard's support. He needed it. Michael had lost a father, too. That afternoon there was to be a ceremony and big celebration at Michael's house. Important people were going to be there, come from the farthest reaches of Westland. Richard was supposed to be there, too. At least there would be plenty of good food. He realized he was famished. While he sat and thought, he scanned the opposite side of Trunt Lake, far below. From this height, the clear water revealed alternating patches of rocky bottom and green weed around the deep holes. At the edge of the water, Hawker's Trail knitted in and out of the trees, in some places open to view, in some places hidden. Richard had been on that part of the trail many times. In the spring it was wet and soggy down by the lake, but this late in the year it would be dry. In areas farther north and south, as the trail wound its way through the high ven forests, it passed uncomfortably close to the boundary. Because of that, most travelers avoided it, choosing instead the trails of the Heartland woods. Richard was a woods guide and led travelers safely through the Heartland forests. Most were traveling dignitaries, wanting the prestige of a local guide more than they wanted direction. His eyes locked on something. There was movement. Unsure what it had been, he stared hard at the spot on the far side of the lake. When he saw it again on the path where it passed behind a thin veil of trees, there was no doubt. It was a person. Maybe it was his friend Chase. Who else but a boundary warden would be wandering around up here? He hopped down off the rock, tossing the twigs aside, and took a few steps forward. The figure followed the path into the open at the edge of the lake. It wasn't Chase. It was a woman. A woman in a dress. What woman would be walking around this far out in the ven forest in a dress? Richard watched her making her way along the lakeshore, disappearing and reappearing with the path. She didn't seem to be in a hurry, but she wasn't strolling slowly either. Rather, she moved at the measured pace of an experienced traveler. That made sense. No one lived anywhere near Trunt Lake. Other movement snatched his attention. Richard's eyes searched the shade and shadows. Behind her there were others. 4 men in hooded forest cloaks, following her, but hanging back some distance. They moved with stealth, from tree to rock to tree, looking, waiting, moving. Richard straightened, his eyes wide, his attention riveted. They were stalking her. He knew immediately this was the third child of trouble. Chapter 2. At first, Richard stood frozen, not knowing what to do. He couldn't be sure the 4 men really were stalking the woman, at least not until it was too late. What business was it of his anyway? And besides, he didn't even have his knife with him. What chance did one man with no weapon have against 4? He watched the woman making her way along the path. He watched the men follow. What chance did the woman have? He crouched, muscles tight and hard. His heart raced as he tried to think of what he could do. The morning sun was hot on his face, his breathing rapid with fear. Richard knew there was a small cutoff from Hawker's trail somewhere ahead of the woman. Hurriedly, he tried to remember exactly where. The main fork to her left continued around the lake and up the hill to his left, to where he stood and watched. If she stayed on the main trail, he could wait for her, then tell her about the men. Then what? Besides, that was too long. The men would be on her before then. An idea began to take shape. He sprang up and started running down the trail. If he could reach her before the men caught her, and before the cutoff, he could take her up the right fork. That trail led up out of the trees onto open ledges away from the boundary and toward the town of Heartland, toward help. If they were quick, he could hide their tracks. The men wouldn't know that the two of them had taken the side trail. They would think she was still on the main trail, at least for a while, long enough to fool them and lead her to safety. Still winded from the earlier run, Richard panted in labored breaths, running down the trail as fast as he could go. The path had quickly turned back in to the trees, so at least he didn't have to worry about the men being able to see him. Shafts of sunlight flashed by as he raced along. Old pine trees lined the path, leaving a soft mat of needles to cushion his footfalls. After a time, driving himself headlong down the path, he started looking for the side trail. He couldn't be sure how far he had gone. The forest offered no view for a fix, and he didn't remember exactly where the cutoff was. It was small and would be easy to miss. With every bend bringing new hope that this would be the place he found the cutoff, he pushed himself on. He tried to think of what he would say to the woman when he finally reached her. His mind raced as fast as his legs. She might think he was with her pursuers, or be frightened by him, or not believe him. He wouldn't have much time to convince her to go with him, that he wanted to help. Coming over the top of a small rise, he looked anew for the fork, but didn't see it and kept running. Now his breath came in ragged gasps. He knew that if he didn't reach the split before she did, they would be trapped, and their only options would be to outrun the men or to fight. He was too winded for either. That thought drove him on harder. Sweat ran down his back, making his shirt stick to his skin. The coolness of the morning had turned to choking heat, though he knew it was only his exertion that made it seem that way. The forest passed in a blur to each side as he ran. Just before a sharp bend to the right, he came at last to the cutoff, almost missing it. He made a quick search for tracks to see if she had been there and taken the small path. There were none. Relief washed over him. He dropped to his knees and sat back on his heels in exhaustion, trying to catch his breath. The first part had worked. He had beaten her here. Now he had to make her believe him before it was too late. Holding his right hand over a painful stitch in his side and still trying to catch his breath, he started to worry that he was going to look silly. What if it was just a girl and her brothers playing a game? He would be the fool. Everyone but him would have a good laugh. He looked down at the bite on the back of his hand. It was red and throbbed painfully. He remembered the thing in the sky. He thought about the way she had been walking with a sense of purpose, not like a child at play. It was a woman, not a girl. He remembered the cold fear he had felt when he saw the 4 men. 4 men warily shadowing a woman. The third strange thing to happen this morning. The third child of trouble. No, he shook his head. This was no game. He knew what he had seen. It was no game. They were stalking her. Richard came partway to his feet. Waves of heat rolled from his body. Bent over at the waist with his hands braced on his knees, he took a few deep breaths before straightening to his full height. His eyes fell on the young woman as she came around the bend in front of him. His breath caught for an instant. Her brown hair was full, lush, and long, complementing the contours of her body. She was tall, almost as tall as he, and about the same age. The dress she wore was like none he had ever seen, almost white, cut square at the neck, interrupted only by a small tan leather waist pouch. The weave of the fabric was fine and smooth, almost glistening, and bore none of the lace or frills he was used to seeing, no prints or colors to distract from the way it caressed her form. The dress was elegant in its simplicity. She halted, and long, graceful folds regally trailing her gathered about her legs. Richard approached, and stopped 3 strides away so as not to appear a threat. She stood straight and still, her arms at her side. Her eyebrows had the graceful arch of a raptor's wings in flight. Her green eyes came unafraid to his. The connection was so intense that it threatened to drain his sense of self. He felt that he had always known her, that she had always been a part of him, that her needs were his needs. She held him with her gaze as surely as a grip of iron would, searching his eyes as if searching his soul, seeking an answer to something. "I am here to help you," he said in his mind. He meant it more than any thought he had ever had. The intensity of her gaze relaxed, loosening its hold on him. In her eyes, he saw something that attracted him more than anything else: intelligence. He saw it flaring there, burning in her, and through it all he felt an overriding sense of her integrity. Richard felt safe. A warning flashed in his mind, making him remember why he was there, that time was dear. "I was up there," he pointed toward the hill he had been on, "and I saw you." She looked where he pointed. He looked too, and realized he was pointing at a tangle of tree limbs. They couldn't see the hill because the trees blocked the view. He dropped his arm dumbly, trying to ignore the miscue. Her eyes returned to his, waiting. Richard started over, keeping his voice low. "I was up there on a hill above the lake. I saw you walking on the path by the shore. There are some men following you." She betrayed no emotion, but continued to hold his gaze. "How many?" He thought her question strange, but answered it. 4. The color drained from her face. She turned her head, surveying the woods behind her, scanning the shadows briefly, then looked back to him once more, her green eyes searching his. "Do you choose to help me?" Except for her color, her exquisite features gave no hint as to her emotions. Before his mind could form a thought, he heard himself say, "Yes." Her countenance softened. "What would you have us do?" "There's a small trail that turns off here. If we take it and then stay on this one, we can be away." "And if they don't? If they follow our trail?" "I'll hide our tracks." He was shaking his head, trying to reassure her. "They won't follow. Look, there's no time." "If they do?" She cut him off. "Then what is your plan?" He studied her face a moment. "Are they very dangerous?" She stiffened. "Very." The way she spoke the word made him have to force himself to breathe again. For an instant, he saw a look of blind terror pass across her eyes. Richard ran his fingers through his hair. "Well, the small trail is narrow and sheer. They won't be able to surround us." "Do you have a weapon?" He answered by shaking his head no, too angry with himself for forgetting his knife to voice it aloud. She nodded. "Let's be quick, then." They didn't talk once the decision had been made, not wanting to give away their location. Richard hurriedly concealed their tracks and motioned her to go first, so he would be between her and the men. She didn't hesitate. The folds of her dress flowed behind as she moved quickly at his direction. The lush young evergreens of the ven pressed tight at their sides, making the path a narrow, dark green, walled route cut through the brush and branches. They could see nothing around them. Richard checked behind as they went, though he couldn't see far. At least what he could see was clear. She went swiftly without any encouragement from him. After a time, the ground started rising and becoming rockier, and the trees thinned, offering a more open view. The trail twisted along deeply shaded cuts in the terrain and across leaf-strewn ravines. Dry leaves scattered at their passing. Pines and spruce gave way to hardwood trees, mostly white birch, and as the limbs swayed overhead, little patches of sunlight danced on the forest floor. The birch's white trunks with black spots made it look as if hundreds of eyes were watching the two pass. Other than the raucous racket of some ravens, it was a very quiet, peaceful place. At the base of a granite wall that the path followed, he motioned to her, putting a finger over his lips, letting her know they had to step carefully to avoid making sounds that would echo their location. Whenever a raven cawed, he could hear it reverberate through the hills. Richard knew this place. The shape of the rock wall could carry a sound for miles. He pointed to the moss-covered round rocks littering the flat forest floor. He showed her that he meant for the two of them to step on the rocks to avoid snapping sticks hidden under the leaf litter. He moved some leaves to show her sticks hidden there and pretended to break them, then cupped his hand to his ear. She nodded her understanding, lifted her skirts with one hand, and began to step up on the rocks. He touched her arm to make her look back again and mimed slipping and falling to let her know she had to be careful because the moss was slippery. She smiled and nodded again before hurrying on. Seeing her smile was unexpected, and it warmed him, softening the edge of his fear. Richard allowed himself a small dose of confidence about their escape as he stepped from one mossy rock to another. As the path climbed steadily upward, the trees thinned more. The rock, taking over from the soil, offered trees infrequent opportunity to put down roots. Soon the only trees grew in crevices and were gnarled, twisted, and small, wanting to offer no purchase to the wind that could pull them from their meager anchoring. They slipped quietly out of the trees and onto the ledges. The path wasn't always clearly marked, and there were many false trails. She often had to turn to him, and he directed her by pointing or with a nod of his head. Richard wondered what her name was, but his fear of the four men kept him from talking. Even though the trail was steep and hard, he didn't have to slow on her account. She was a strong climber and quick. He saw that she wore good boots of soft leather, the kind of boots worn by one used to traveling. It had been well over an hour since they had come out of the trees, climbing steadily upward into the sun. They were heading east on the ledges before the trail cut back to the west later. The men, if they had followed, would have to look into the sun to see them. Richard kept them crouched as low as possible and checked over his shoulder often as they climbed, scanning for any sign of the men. When he had seen them by Trunt Lake, they were staying well hidden, but it was too open out here for them to hide. He saw nothing and started to feel better. They weren't being followed. The men were nowhere to be seen, and were probably miles down Hawker's Trail by now. The farther from the boundary and the closer to town they got, the better he felt. His plan had worked. Seeing no sign that they were being followed, Richard wished they could stop for a rest, as his hand was throbbing, but she gave no sign that she needed or wanted a break. She kept pushing on as if the men were right on their heels. Richard remembered the look on her face when he had asked if they were dangerous, and quickly rejected any thought of stopping. As morning wore on, the day became warm for this late in the year. The sky was a bright, clear blue, with only a few white, wispy clouds drifting by. One of the clouds had taken on the undulating form of a snake, with its head down and tail up. Because it was so unusual, Richard remembered seeing the same cloud earlier in the day. Or was it yesterday? He would have to remember to mention it to Zed the next time he saw him. Zed was a cloud reader, and if Richard failed to report his sighting, he would have to endure an hour-long lecture on the significance of clouds. Zed was probably watching at this very moment, fretting over whether or not Richard was paying attention. The path took them to the south face of small, blunt mountain, where it crossed a sheer cliff face for which the mountain was named. Crossing the cliff near mid-height, the trail offered a panoramic view of the southern Ven forest, and to their left, in cloud and mist, almost hidden behind the cliff wall, the high, rugged peaks belonging to the boundary. Richard saw brown, dying trees standing out against the carpet of green. Up closer to the boundary, the dead trees were thick. It was the vine, he realized. The two of them advanced quickly across the cliff trail. They were so clearly in the open, with no chance to hide, that anyone could spot them easily. But across the cliff, the trail would begin to head down into the Heartland woods, and then into town. Even if the men did figure out their mistake and follow, Richard and the woman had a safe lead. As it neared the far side of the cliff face, the path started to broaden from its treacherous, narrow width to a space wide enough for two to walk side by side. Richard trailed his right hand along the rock wall for reassurance, while looking over the side to the boulder field several hundred feet below. He turned and checked behind. Still clear. As he turned back, she froze in mid-stride, the folds of her dress swirling around her legs. In the trail ahead, that only a moment earlier had been empty, stood two of the men. Richard was bigger than most men. These men were much bigger than he. Their dark green hooded cloaks shaded their faces, but couldn't conceal their heavily muscled bulk. Richard's mind raced, trying to conceive of how the men could have gotten ahead of them. Richard and the woman spun, prepared to run. From the rock above, two ropes dropped down, and the other two men plummeted to the path, landing on their feet with heavy thuds. They blocked any retreat. They were as big as the first two. Buckles and leather straps beneath their cloaks held an arsenal of weapons that glinted in the sunlight. Richard wheeled back to the first two. They calmly pushed their hoods back. Each had thick blonde hair and a thick neck. Their faces were rugged, handsome. "You may pass, boy. Our business is with the girl." The man's voice was deep, almost friendly. Nonetheless, the threat was as sharp as a blade. He removed his leather gloves and tucked them in his belt as he spoke, not bothering to look at Richard. He obviously didn't consider Richard an obstacle. He appeared to be the one in charge, as the other three waited silently while he spoke. Richard had never been in a situation like this before. He had always managed to avoid trouble. He never allowed himself to lose his temper, and could usually turn scowls to smiles with his easy manner. If talk didn't work, he was quick enough and strong enough to stop threats before anyone was hurt, and if need be, he would simply walk away. He knew these men weren't interested in talking, and they clearly weren't afraid of him. He wished he could walk away now. Richard glanced to her green eyes and saw the visage of a proud woman beseeching his help. He leaned closer and kept his voice low but firm. "I won't leave you." Relief washed over her face. She gave a slight nod as she settled her hand lightly on his forearm. "Keep between them. Don't let them all come at me at once," she whispered. "And be sure you aren't touching me when they come." Her hand tightened on his arm, and her eyes held his, waiting for confirmation that he understood her instructions. He didn't understand her reasons, but gave a small nod of agreement. "May the good spirits be with us," she said. She let her hands drop to her sides, turning to the two behind them, her face dead calm, devoid of emotion. "Be on your way, boy." The leader's voice was harder. His fierce blue eyes glared. He gritted his teeth. "Last time offered." Richard swallowed hard. He tried to sound sure of himself. "We will both be passing." His heart felt as if it were coming up into his throat. "Not this day," the leader said with finality. He pulled free a wicked-looking curved knife. The man to his side pulled a short sword clear of the scabbard strapped across his back. With a depraved grin, he drew it across the inside of his muscled forearm, staining the blade red. From behind, Richard could hear the ring of steel being drawn. He was paralyzed with fear. This was all happening too fast. They had no chance. None. For a brief moment, no one moved. Richard flinched when the four gave the howling battle cries of men prepared to die in mortal combat. They charged in a frightening rush. The one with the short sword swung it high, coming at Richard. He could hear one of the men behind him grab the woman as the man with the sword raced toward him. And then, just before the man reached him, there was a hard impact to the air, like a clap of thunder with no sound. The violence of it made every joint in his body cry out in sharp pain. Dust lifted around them, spreading outward in a ring. The man with the sword felt the pain of it too, and for an instant his attention was diverted past Richard to the woman. As he came crashing forward, Richard fell back against the wall and with both feet hit the man square in the chest as hard as he could. It knocked him clear of the path into midair. The man's eyes went wide in surprise as he dropped backward to the rocks below, the sword still held over his head in both hands. To Richard's shock, he saw one of the other two men from behind him falling through space too, his chest ripped and bloody. Before Richard could give it a thought, the leader with the curved knife charged past, intent on the woman. He hammered the heel of his free hand into the center of Richard's chest. The jolt knocked the wind out of him and flung him hard against the wall, smacking his head against the rock. As he fought to remain conscious, his only thought was that he had to stop the man from getting to her. Summoning strength he didn't know he had, Richard snatched the leader by his husky wrist and spun him around. The knife came around in an arc toward him. The blade flashed in the sunlight. There was a savage hunger in the man's blue eyes. Richard had never been so afraid in his life. In that instant, he knew he was about to die. Seemingly from out of nowhere, the last man with a short sword covered in gore smashed into the leader, driving his sword through the other's gut, slamming the wind out of him. The collision was so fierce, It carried both over the side of the cliff. All the way down, the last man howled in a cry of rage that ended only when they met the boulders below. Richard stood stunned, staring over the edge. Reluctantly, he turned to the woman, afraid to look, terrified he would see her gashed open and lifeless. Instead, she was sitting on the ground, leaning against the cliff wall, looking drained but unhurt. Her face had a faraway look. It was all over so fast he couldn't understand what had happened or how. Richard and the woman were alone in the sudden silence. He slumped down beside her on rock warm from the sun. He had a powerful headache from having his head whacked on the wall. Richard could see she was all right, so he didn't ask. He felt too overwhelmed to talk, and could sense the same in her. She noticed blood on the back of her hand and wiped it off on the wall, adding it to the red splatters already there. Richard thought he might throw up. He couldn't believe they were alive. It didn't seem possible. What was the thunder without sound, and the pain he felt when it had happened? He had never felt anything like it before. He shuddered, recalling it. Whatever it was, she had something to do with it, and it had saved his life. Something unearthly had occurred, and he wasn't at all sure he wanted to know what it was. She leaned her head back against the rock, rolling it to the side toward him. "I don't even know your name. I wanted to ask before, but I was afraid to talk." She vaguely indicated the drop-off. "I was so frightened of them, I didn't want them to find us." He thought maybe she was about to cry and looked over at her. She wasn't, but he felt that he might. He nodded his understanding of what she said about the men. "My name is Richard Cypher." Her green eyes studied his as he looked over at her, the light breeze carrying some wisps of hair across her face. She smiled. "There are not many who would have stood with me." He found her voice as attractive as the rest of her. It matched the spark of intelligence in her eyes. It almost took his breath away. "You are a very rare person, Richard Cypher." To his intense displeasure, Richard felt his face flush. She looked away, pulling the strands of hair off her face, and pretended not to notice his blushing. "I am..." She sounded as if she was going to say something she then thought better of. She turned back to him. "I am Kalin. My family name is Amnel." He looked into her eyes a long moment. "You too are a very rare person, Kalin Amnel. There are not many who would have stood as you did." She did not blush, but gave him another smile. It was an odd sort of smile, a special smile, not showing any teeth, but with her lips pressed together as one would when taking another into one's confidence. Her eyes sparkled with it. It was a smile of sharing. Richard reached behind, felt the painful lump on the back of his head, and checked his fingers for blood. There was none, though he thought that by all rights there should have been. He looked back at her, again wondering what had happened, wondering what she had done, and how she had done it. There was that thunder with no sound, and he had knocked one of the men off the cliff. One of the two behind him had killed the other instead of her, and then killed the leader and himself. "Well, Kalin, my friend, can you tell me how it is that we are alive and those 4 men are not?" She looked at him in surprise. "Do you mean that?" "Mean what?" She hesitated. "Friend." Richard shrugged. "Sure. You just said I stood with you. That's the kind of thing a friend does, isn't it?" He gave her a smile. Kalin turned away. "I don't know." She fingered the sleeve of her dress as she looked down. "I have never had a friend before, except maybe my sister." He felt the pain in her voice. "Well, you have one now," he said in his most cheerful tone. "After all, we just went through something pretty frightening together. We helped each other and we survived." She simply nodded. Richard looked out over the Ven, the forests where he was so at home. Sunlight made the green of the trees vibrant, lush. His eyes were drawn to the left, to spots of brown, the dead and dying trees that stood out among their healthy neighbors. Until that morning, when he found the vine and it bit him, he had had no idea that the vine was up by the boundary, spreading through the woods. He rarely went up into the Ven, that close to the boundary. Older people wouldn't go within miles of it. Others went closer if they traveled on Hawker's Trail or to hunt, but none went too close. The boundary was death. It was said that to go into the boundary was not only to die, but to forfeit your soul. The boundary wardens made sure people stayed away. He gave her a sideways glance. So what about the other part? The part about us being alive. How did that happen? Kalin didn't meet his gaze. I think the good spirits protected us. Richard didn't believe a word of it. But as much as he wanted to know the answers, it was against his nature to force someone to tell something she didn't want to. His father had raised him to respect another person's right to keep his own secrets. In her own time, she would tell him her secrets if she wanted to, but he would not try to force her. Everyone had secrets. He certainly had his own. In fact, with his father's murder and with today's events, he felt those secrets stirring unpleasantly in the back of his mind. Kalin, he said, trying to make his voice sound reassuring, being a friend means you don't have to tell me anything you don't want to, and I'll still be your friend. She didn't look at him, but nodded her agreement. Richard got to his feet. His head hurt, his hand hurt, and now he realized his chest hurt where the man had hit him. To top it off, he remembered he was hungry. Michael! He had forgotten about his brother's party. He looked at the sun and knew he was going to be late. He hoped he wouldn't miss Michael's speech. He would take Kalin, tell Michael about the men, and get some protection for her. He held out his hand to help her up. She stared at it in surprise. He continued to hold it out for her. She gazed up into his eyes and took the hand. Richard smiled. Never had a friend give you a hand up before? She averted her eyes. No. Richard could tell she felt uncomfortable, so he changed the subject. When's the last time you had something to eat? 2 days ago, she said without emotion. His eyebrows went up. Then you must be even more hungry than I am. I'll take you to my brother. He peered over the edge of the cliff. We'll have to tell him about the bodies. He'll know what to do. He turned again to her. Kalin, do you know who those men were? Her green eyes turned hard. They are called a quad. They are like assassins. They are sent to kill. She caught herself again. They kill people. Her face regained the calm countenance it had when he first saw her. I think that maybe the fewer people who know about me, the safer I will be. Richard was startled. He had never heard of anything like this. He ran his fingers through his hair, trying to think. Dark, shadowy thoughts started to swirl again. For some reason, he was terrified of what she might say, but had to ask. He looked hard into her eyes, expecting the truth this time. Kalin, where did the quad come from? She studied his face a moment. They must have tracked me out of the Midlands and through the boundary. Richard's skin went cold, and prickles bumped up along his arms in a wave that rolled up the back of his neck, making the fine hairs there stand stiffly out. An anger deep within him awakened, and his secret stirred. She had to be lying. No one could cross the boundary. No one. No one could go into or come out of the Midlands. The boundary had sealed it away since before he was born. The Midlands was a land of magic. Chapter 3. Michael's house was a massive structure of white stone, set back quite a distance from the road. Slate roofs in a variety of angles and rakes came together in complicated junctures, topped with a leaded glass peak that let light into the central hall. The walkway to the house was shaded from the bright afternoon sun by towering white oaks as it passed through sweeping stretches of lawn before coming to formal gardens laid in symmetrical patterns to each side. The gardens were in full bloom. Since it was so late in the year, Richard knew the flowers had to have been raised in greenhouses just for the occasion. People in fine clothes strolled the lawns and gardens, making Richard feel suddenly out of place. He knew he must look a mess in his dirty, sweat-stained forest garb, but he hadn't wanted to waste the time going out of his way to his house to get cleaned up. Besides, he was in a dark mood and didn't much care how he looked. He had more important things on his mind. Kalin, on the other hand, didn't look so out of place. The unusual but striking dress she wore belied the fact that she, too, had just walked out of the woods. Considering how much blood there had been up on Blunt Cliff, he was surprised that she didn't have any on her. She had somehow managed to stay clear while the men killed each other. When she had seen how upset he had become, when she had told him she had come through the boundary from the Midlands, she had fallen silent on the subject. Richard needed time to think about it, and hadn't pressed. Instead, she asked him about Westland, what the people were like, and where he lived. He told her about his house in the woods, how he liked living away from town, and that he was a guide for travelers through the Heartland woods on their way to or from the town itself. "Does your house have a fireplace?" she had asked. "It does." "Do you use it?" "Yes, I cook on it all the time," he had told her. "Why?" She had merely shrugged as she looked off to the countryside. "I just miss sitting in front of a fire, that's all." As unsettling as the day's events had been, on top of his grief, it felt good to have someone to talk to, even if she did dance around her secrets. "Invitation, sir?" someone called in a deep voice from the shade beside the entry. Invitation? Richard spun around to see who had addressed him and was met by a mischievous grin. Richard broke into a grin of his own. It was his friend, Chase. He clasped hands with the boundary warden in a warm greeting. Chase was a big man, clean-shaven with a head of light brown hair that showed no sign of receding, but instead gave way to age by going gray at the sides. Heavy brows shaded intense brown eyes that stole slowly about, even as he talked, and saw everything. This habit often gave people the impression, a seriously mistaken impression, that he wasn't paying attention. Despite his size, Richard knew him to be frighteningly quick when there was need. Chase wore a brace of knives to one side of his belt and a six-bladed battle mace to the other. The hilt of a short sword stood above his right shoulder, and a crossbow with a full complement of barbed, steel-tipped bolts hung from a leather strap on his left. Richard lifted an eyebrow. "Looks like you plan on getting your share of the food." The grin left Chase's face. "Not here as a guest." His gaze settled on Kaylin. Richard felt the awkwardness. He took Kaylin's arm and drew her forward. She came easily, unafraid. "Chase, this is my friend, Kaylin." He gave her a smile. "This is Del Brandstone. Everyone calls him Chase. He's an old friend of mine. We're safe with him." He turned back to Chase. "You can trust her, too." She looked at the big man and gave him a smile and nod of acknowledgement. Chase nodded once to her, the matter settled. Richard's word being all the reassurance he needed. His eyes scanned the crowd, lingering on various people, checking their interest in the three of them. He pulled them both away from the sunlit openness of the steps and into the shade off to the side. "Your brother called in all the boundary wardens." He paused, taking another look around. "To be his personal guards." "What? That doesn't make any sense." Richard was incredulous. "He has the Home Guard and the Army. What does he need a few boundary wardens for?" Chase rested his left hand on one of the knife handles. "What indeed?" His face gave no hint of emotion. It rarely did. "Could be he just wants us around for effect. People are afraid of the wardens. You've been away to the woods since your father was killed, not that I'm saying I wouldn't do the same if I were you. All I'm saying is you haven't been around. Strange things have been going on, Richard. People coming and going in the night. Michael calls them concerned citizens. He's been talking some nonsense about plots against the government. He has the wardens all over the grounds." Richard looked around, but didn't see any. He knew that didn't mean anything. If a boundary warden didn't want to be seen, he could be standing on your foot and you wouldn't be able to find him. Chase drummed his fingers on a knife handle as he watched Richard's eyes scan about. "My boys are out there, take my word." "Well, how do you know Michael isn't right? What with the father of the new first counselor being murdered and all?" Chase gave his finest look of disgust. "I know every little slime in Westland. There's no plot. Might be a bit of fun to be had if there were, but I think I'm just part of the decoration. Michael said I should stay visible." His expression sharpened. "And about your father's murder, well, George Cypher and I go way back. Way back to before when you were born. Back to before the boundary. He was a good man. I was proud to call him friend. Anger heated in his eyes. I've twisted a few fingers. He shifted his weight, taking another look around before bringing his fierce expression back to Richard. Twisted hard. Hard enough to cause their owners to spit out their own mother's name if it had been the right one. No one knows a thing. And believe me, if they did, they would have been happy to have shortened our conversation. First time I've ever chased anyone and not been able to get even a whiff. He folded his arms, and his grin came back as he eyed Richard up and down. Speaking of slime, what have you been about? You look like one of my customers. Richard glanced to Kalen, and then back to Chase. We were up in the high ven. Richard lowered his voice. We were attacked by 4 men. Chase raised an eyebrow. Anyone I would know? Richard shook his head. Chase frowned. So, where did these 4 fellows go after they jumped you? You know the trail across Blunt Cliff? Of course. They're on the rocks at the bottom. We're going to have a talk. Chase unfolded his arms and stared at the 2 of them. I'll have a look. His eyebrows knitted together. How do you manage it? Richard exchanged a quick glance with Kalen and looked back to the boundary warden. I think the good spirits protected us. Chase shot them each a suspicious glare. That so? Well, better not to tell Michael about this right now. I don't think he believes in good spirits. He studied both their faces hard. And if you think there's a need, you 2 come stay at my place. You'll be safe enough there. Richard thought about all of Chase's children and knew he didn't want to endanger them, but he didn't want to argue the point either, so he just nodded. We better get in there. Michael is sure to be missing me. One more thing, Chase said. Zed wants to see you. He's in a big fret about something, says it's real important. Richard looked up over his shoulder and saw the strange, snake-like cloud. I think I need to see him, too. He turned and started to leave. Richard, Chase said with a look that would have withered anyone else. Tell me what you were doing in the high ven. Richard didn't shy away. Same as you, trying to get a whiff. Chase's hard face softened, and a hint of his smile came back. Get one? Richard nodded as he held up his red, sore left hand. And it bites. The 2 turned and melted into the crowd entering the house, moving through the entry across white marble floors to the elegant central meeting hall. Marble walls and columns glowed with a cold, eerie cast where the sunlight streaming in from above touched them. Richard had always preferred the warmth of wood, but Michael had maintained that anyone could go out and make what they wanted from wood. But if you wanted marble, you had to hire a lot of people who lived in wood houses to do the work for you. Richard remembered a time before their mother died when he and Michael played in the dirt, building houses and forts with sticks. Michael had helped him then. He wanted so much for Michael to help him now. People Richard recognized greeted him, getting only a wooden smile or a quick handshake. Since Kalen was from a strange land, Richard was a little surprised to see how comfortable she was around all the important people. It had already occurred to him that she, too, must be someone important. Gangs of assassins didn't hunt down unimportant people. Richard found it difficult to smile at everyone. If the rumors about things coming out of the boundary were true, then all of Westland was in danger. Country people in the outlying areas of the heartland were already terrified to go out at night, and had recounted stories to him of people being found partly eaten. He had told them it was just that they had died of some natural cause, and wild animals had found the bodies. Happened all the time. They said it was beasts from the sky. He had passed it off as superstitious nonsense. Until now. Even with all the people around, Richard felt overwhelmingly lonely. He was confused and didn't know what to do about it. He didn't know who to turn to. Kalen was the only one who made him feel better, but at the same time she frightened him. The encounter on the cliff frightened him. He wanted to take her and leave. Zed might know what to do. He used to live in the Midlands before the boundary, though he would never talk about it. And then there was the unsettling feeling he had that all of this had something to do with his father's death, and his father's death had something to do with his own secrets. The secrets his father had placed upon him and him alone. Kalin laid a hand on his arm. "Richard, I'm sorry. I didn't know about your father. I'm sorry." With the frightening events of the day, he had almost forgotten about it until Chase had brought it up. Almost. He gave a little shrug. "Thanks." He waited a moment as a woman in a blue silk dress with ruffles of white lace at the neck, cuffs, and down the front walked past. He looked down at the floor as she moved by so he wouldn't have to return her smile if she gave him one. It was 3 weeks ago. He told Kalin a little of what had happened. She listened sympathetically. "I'm sorry, Richard. Perhaps you would rather be alone." He forced himself to smile. "No, it's all right. I've been alone enough. It helps to have a friend to talk to." She gave him a small smile and a nod, and they moved on through the crowd. Richard wondered where Michael was. It seemed odd that he wasn't out yet. Even though he had lost his appetite, he knew Kalin hadn't eaten in 2 days. With all the tempting food around, he decided she must have remarkable self-control. The delicious smells were starting to change his mind about his appetite. He leaned closer to her. "Hungry?" "Very." He guided her over to a long table with food piled in tiers. There were large steaming platters of sausages and meats, boiled potatoes, dried fish of several kinds, grilled fish, chicken, turkey, mounds of raw vegetables sliced into strips, big tureens of cabbage and sausage soup, onion soup, and spice soup, platters of breads, cheeses, fruits, pies, and cakes, and casks of wine and ale. Servants were constantly coming and going to keep the platters full. Kalin scrutinized them. "Some of the serving girls have long hair. That is allowed?" Richard looked around, a little bewildered. "Yes. Anyone can have any kind of hair they want. Look." He held his arm close to his chest and pointed as he leaned toward her. "Those women over there are counselors. Some have short hair, some have long. Whatever you want." He looked at her out of the corner of his eye. "Do people tell you to cut your hair?" She lifted an eyebrow to him. "No. No one has ever asked me to cut my hair. It is simply that where I come from, the length of a woman's hair has a certain social significance." "Does that mean you are someone of considerable standing?" He took the edge off the question with a playful smile. "Seeing as how you have such long, beautiful hair, I mean." She gave him back a small smile devoid of joy. "Some think so. I could only expect that after this morning the thought had entered your mind. We all can be only what we are, nothing more or less." "Well, if I ask anything a friend shouldn't, just kick me." Her smile brightened into the same tight-lipped one she had given him before, the smile of sharing. It made him grin. He turned to the food and found one of his favorites, small ribs with a spice sauce, put a few on a small white plate, and handed it to her. "Try these first. They're my most treasured." Kalin held the dish at arm's length, eyeing it suspiciously. "What creature's meat is this?" "It's pork," he said, a little surprised. "You know, from a pig. Try it. It's the best thing here, I promise." She relaxed, brought the plate close, and ate the meat. He ate a half-dozen himself, savoring every bite. He put some sausages on their plates. "Here, have some of these, too." Her suspicion flared anew. "What are they made of?" "Pork and beef, some spices. I don't know what kinds. Why? There are some kinds of things you don't eat?" "Some kinds," she said non-committally before eating a sausage. "May I have some spice soup, please?" He ladled the soup into a fine white bowl with a gold rim and traded it for her plate. She took the bowl in both hands and tried it. A smile came to her face. "It's good, just like I make. I don't think our two homelands are as different as you fear." As she drank the remainder of the soup, Richard, feeling better about what she said, picked up a thick slice of bread, put strips of chicken meat on it, and when she finished the soup, exchanged the bread for her bowl. She took the bread with chicken and started moving to the side of the room while she ate. He set the soup bowl down and followed behind, shaking an occasional hand. Their owners cast a critical eye at the way he was dressed. When she reached a deserted spot near a column, she turned to face him. "Please get me a piece of cheese?" "Sure. What kind?" She scanned the throng. "Any kind." Richard worked his way back through the crowd to the food table and picked up 2 pieces of cheese, eating one along his way back to Kaylin. She took the cheese when he handed it to her, but instead of eating it, she let her arm slip to her side and let the cheese fall to the floor, as if she had forgotten she was holding it. "Wrong kind?" Her tone was distant. "I hate cheese." She was staring past him to a spot across the room. Richard frowned. "Then why did you ask for it?" There was a hint of irritation in his voice. "Keep looking at me," she said, her eyes returning to his. "There are 2 men behind you across the room. They have been watching us. I wanted to know if it was me or you they were watching. When I sent you for the food, they watched you go and come back. They paid no attention to me. It is you they are watching." Richard put his hands on her shoulders and turned her to see for himself. He scanned over the heads of the crowd to the far side of the room. "They're just 2 of Michael's aides. They know me. They're probably wondering where I've been and why I look such a mess." He looked into her eyes and spoke softly so that no one would hear. "It's all right, Kaylin. Relax. Those men from this morning are dead. You're safe now." She shook her head. "More will follow. I should not be with you. I do not want to endanger your life any more than I already have. You are my friend." "There is no way another quad could track you now, not once you have come here to Heartland. It's impossible." He knew enough about tracking to feel confident that he was telling her the truth. Kaylin hooked a finger in the neck of his shirt and drew his face close. There was a flash of angry intolerance in her green eyes. Her voice came in a slow, harsh whisper. "When I left my homeland, 5 wizards cast spells over my tracks so none could know where I went or follow, and then they killed themselves so they could not be made to talk." Her teeth were gritted in anger and her eyes were wet. She was starting to tremble. "Wizards." Richard went rigid. At last he let out his breath and took her hand gently from his shirt, holding it in both of his voice barely audible over the din. "I'm sorry." "Richard, I am scared to death." She was trembling more now. "If you hadn't been there today, you don't know what would have happened to me. The dying would have been the best of it. You don't know about those men." She shook uncontrollably, giving herself over to her fear. Cold bumps ran up his arms. He eased her back behind the column where they couldn't be observed. "I'm sorry, Kaylin. I don't know what any of this is about. You know at least some of it, but I'm in the dark. I'm scared, too. Today on the cliff, I've never been that afraid, and I didn't really do much of anything that would have saved us." Seeing her need was giving him the courage to reassure her. "What you did," she said, struggling to get the words out, "was enough to make a difference. It was enough to save us. No matter how little you think it was enough. If you hadn't helped me, I don't want my being here to bring you to harm." He squeezed her hand tighter. "It won't. I have a friend, Zed. He may be able to tell us what we can do to keep you safe. He's a little strange, but he's the smartest man I know. If there's anyone who would know what to do, it's Zed. If you can be tracked anywhere, then there is no place for you to run. They will find you. Let me take you to Zed. As soon as Michael gives his speech, we will go to my house. You can sit in front of the fire. And in the morning, I'll take you to Zed." He smiled and pointed with his chin to a window near them. "Look over there." She turned to see Chase outside a tall, round-topped window. The boundary warden glanced back over his shoulder and gave her a wink and a heartening grin before resuming his scan of the area. To Chase, a quad would be just a bit of fun. While he was taking care of them, he'd be telling you a story about some real trouble. He's been watching out for you since we told him of the men. That brought a small smile, but it quickly faded. "There is more to it. I thought I was going to be safe by coming to Westland. I should have been. Richard, I came across the boundary only with the help of magic." She was still shaking, but starting to regain control of herself, taking strength from him. "I do not know how those men came across. They should not have been able to. They should not have even known I left the Midlands. Somehow the rules have changed." "We'll deal with that tomorrow. For now you are safe. Besides, it would take another quad days to get here, wouldn't it? That will give us time to make plans." She gave a nod. Thank you, Richard Cipher, my friend. But know that if I bring danger to you, I will leave before it can harm you. She took her hand back and wiped the bottom lids of her eyes. I'm still hungry. Could we have more? Richard smiled. Sure, what would you like? Some more of your little treasures? They went back to the food and ate while they waited for Michael. Richard felt better, not about the things she told him, but because at least he knew a little more, and because he had made her feel safer. Somehow, he would find the answer to her problem, and he would know what was going on with the boundary. As much as he feared the answers, he would know them. Whispers rippled through the crowd as heads turned to the far side of the room. It was Michael. Richard took Caelan's hand and moved to the side of the room, closer to his brother, so they could watch. As Michael stepped up onto a platform, Richard realized why it had taken him so long to come out. He had been waiting for the sunlight to fall on that spot so he could stand in the light and be lit in its glory for all to see. Not only was he shorter than Richard, but heavier and softer. Sunlight lit his mop of unruly hair. His upper lip proudly displayed a mustache. He wore baggy white trousers, and his white tunic with bloused sleeves was cinched at the waist by a gold belt. Standing there in the sunlight, Michael positively gleamed, casting the same cold, eerie glow the marble did when struck by the sun. He stood out in stark relief against the shadowed background. Richard held up his hand to catch his attention. Michael saw the hand and smiled at his brother, holding his eyes for a moment as he began speaking, before shifting his gaze to the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, today I accepted the position of First Counselor of Westland. A roar went up from the room. Michael listened without moving, then thrust his arms suddenly into the air, calling for silence. He waited until every last cough died out. The counselors from all of Westland selected me to lead us in these times of challenge because I have the courage and vision to take us into a new era. Too long we have lived looking to the past and not to the future. Too long we have chased old ghosts and been blind to new callings. Too long we have listened to those who would seek to drag us into war and ignored those who would guide us on a path to peace. The crowd went wild. Richard was dumbfounded. What was Michael talking about? What war? There was no one to have a war with. Michael held up his hands again and, not waiting for quiet this time, went on. I will not stand by while the Westland is put into peril by these traitors. His face was red and angry. The crowd roared again, this time with fists jabbing the air. They chanted Michael's name. Richard and Caelan looked at each other. Concerned citizens have come forward to identify these cowards, these traitors. At this very moment, as we join our hearts here today in a common goal, the boundary wardens protect us while the army is rounding up these conspirators who plot against the government. They are not the common criminals you might think, but respected men in high authority. Murmurs swept across the assembly. Richard was stunned. Could it be true? A conspiracy? His brother hadn't gotten where he was by not knowing what was going on. Men in high authority. That would certainly explain why Chase didn't know anything about it. Michael stood in the shaft of sunlight, waiting for the whispering to die down. When he began again, his voice was low and warm. But that is past history. Today, we look to our new course. One reason I was chosen as first counselor is because, being a Heartlander, I have lived my life in the shadow of the boundary. A shadow that has shaded all our lives. But that is looking to the past. The light of a new day always chases the shadows of the night away and shows us that the shape of our fears is only the ghost of our own minds. We must look forward to a day when the boundary will no longer be there, for nothing lasts forever, does it? And when that day comes, we must be ready to extend a hand of friendship and not a sword, as some would have us do. That only leads to the futility of war and needless dying. Should we be wasting our resources preparing to do battle with a people we have been long separated from, a people who were the ancestors to many of us here? Should we be ready to do violence to our brothers and sisters simply because we don't know them? What a waste. Our resources should be spent eliminating the real suffering around us. When the time comes, maybe not in our lifetime, but it will come, we should be ready to welcome our long-separated brothers and sisters. We must not join only the 2 lands, but all 3. For someday, just as the boundary between Westland and the Midlands will fade away, so too will the second boundary between the Midlands and Dahara, and all 3 lands shall be one. We can look to a day when we can share the joy of reunion, if we have the heart. And that joy will spread from here, today, in Heartland. This is why I have moved to stop those who would plunge us into war with our brothers and sisters, merely because someday the boundaries will fade away. This does not mean we don't need the army, for we can never know what real threats lie in our path to peace, but we know there is no need to invent them. Michael swept his hand out over the crowd. We, in this room, are the future. It is your responsibility as counselors of Westland to carry the word throughout the country. Take our message of peace to the good people. They will see the truth in your hearts. Please help me. I want our children and our grandchildren to be the beneficiaries of what we lay down here today. I want us to set a course for peace to carry us into the future, so when the time comes, future generations will benefit and thank us. Michael stood with his head bowed and both his fists held tightly to his chest. The sunlight glowed about him. The audience was so moved that they stood in absolute silence. Richard saw men in tears and women weeping openly. All eyes were on Michael, who stood still as stone. Richard was stunned. He had never heard his brother speak with such conviction or eloquence. It all seemed to make such sense. After all, here he stood with a woman from across the boundary, from the Midlands, and she was already his friend. But then 4 others had tried to kill him. No, not exactly, he thought. They wanted to kill her. He was just in the way. They had offered to let him go, and it was his decision to stand and fight. He had always been fearful of those from across the boundary, but now he was friends with one, just as Michael said. He was starting to see his brother in a new light. People had been moved by Michael's words in a way Richard had never witnessed. Michael was pleading for peace and friendship with other peoples. What could be wrong with that? Why did he feel so uneasy? And now to the other part, Michael continued, to the real suffering around us. While we have worried about the boundaries that have not harmed a single one of us, many of our families, friends, and neighbors have suffered and died. Tragic and needless deaths in accidents with fire. Yes, that is what I said. Fire. People mumbled in confusion. Michael was starting to lose his bond with the crowd. He seemed to expect it. He looked from face to face, letting the confusion build. And then dramatically he thrust his hand out, his finger pointing at Richard. "There!" he screamed. Everyone turned as one. Hundreds of eyes looked at Richard. "There stands my beloved brother." Richard tried to shrink. "My beloved brother who shares with me," he pounded a fist to his chest, "the tragedy of losing our own mother to fire. Fire took our mother from us when we were young and left us to grow up alone without her love and care, without her guidance. It was not some imagined enemy from across a boundary that took her, but an enemy of fire. She couldn't be there to comfort us when we hurt, when we cried in the night, and the thing that wounds the most is that it didn't have to be." Tears, glistening in the sunlight, ran down Michael's cheeks. "I am sorry, friends. Please forgive me." He wiped the tears with a handkerchief he had handy. "It's just that only this morning I heard of another fire that took a fine young mother and father and left their daughter an orphan. It brought my own pain back to me, and I couldn't remain silent." Everyone was now solidly back with him. Their tears flowed freely. A woman put her arm around Richard's shoulder as he stood numb. She whispered how sorry she was. "I wonder how many of you have shared the pain my brother and I live with every day. Please, those of you who have a loved one or a friend who has been hurt or even killed by fire, please hold up your hands." Quite a few hands went up, and there was wailing from some in the crowd. "There, my friends," he said hoarsely, spreading his arms wide. "There is the suffering among us. We need look no further than this room." Richard tried to swallow the lump in his throat as the memory of that horror came back to him. A man who had imagined their father had cheated him lost his temper and knocked a lamp off the table as Richard and his brother slept in the back bedroom. While the man dragged his father outside, beating him, his mother pulled Richard and his brother from the burning house, then ran back inside to save something, they never knew what, and was burned alive. Her screams brought the man to his senses, and he and their father tried to save her, but couldn't. Filled with guilt and revulsion at what he had caused, the man ran off crying and yelling that he was sorry. That, his father had told them 1,000 times, was the result of a man losing his temper. Michael shrugged it off. Richard took it to heart. It had instilled in him a dread of his own anger, and whenever it threatened to come out, he choked it off. Michael was wrong. Fire had not killed their mother. Anger had. Arms hanging limply at his side, head bowed, Michael spoke softly again. "What can we do about the danger to our families from fire?" He shook his head sadly. "I do not know, my friends. But I am forming a commission on the problem, and I urge any concerned citizen to come forward with suggestions. My door always stands open. Together we can do something. Together we will do something. And now, my friends, please excuse me and allow me to go comfort my brother, as I am afraid bringing out our personal tragedy was a surprise to him, and I must ask his forgiveness." He hopped down off the stand, the crowd parting to let him through. A few hands reached out to touch him as he passed. He ignored them. Richard stood and glared as his brother strode to him. The crowd moved away. Only Kaylin stayed at his side, her fingers lightly touching his arm. People went back to the food and began talking excitedly among themselves, about themselves, and forgot him. Richard stood tall and choked off his anger. Smiling, Michael slapped Richard on the shoulder. "Great speech," he congratulated himself. "What did you think?" Richard looked down at the patterns on the marble floor. "Why did you bring her death into it? Why did you have to tell everyone about it? Why did you use her like that?" Michael put an arm around Richard's shoulder. "I know it hurts, and I am sorry, but it's for a greater good. Did you see the tears in their eyes? The things I've started are going to take us all to a better life and help Westland grow to prominence. I believe what I said. We have to look to the challenge of the future with excitement, not fear." "And what did you mean about the boundaries?" "Things are changing, Richard. I have to stay ahead of them." The smile was gone. "That's all I meant. The boundaries won't last forever. I don't think they were ever meant to. We all have to be ready to face up to that." Richard changed the subject. "What have you found out about Father's murder? Have the trackers picked up anything?" Richard took his arm back. "Grow up, Richard. George was an old fool. He was always picking up things that didn't belong to him. He probably got caught with something that belonged to the wrong person. A person with a bad temper and a big knife." "That's not true, and you know it." Richard hated the way Michael called their father George. "He never stole anything in his life. Just because the person you take it from is long dead, that doesn't mean you have any right to it. Someone else obviously wanted it back." "How do you know all this?" Richard demanded. "What have you found out?" "Nothing. It's common sense. The house was torn apart. Someone was looking for something. They didn't find it. George wouldn't tell them where it was. They killed him. That's all there is to it. The trackers said there were no tracks. We'll probably never know who did it." Michael glared. "You had better learn to live with that fact." Richard let out a deep breath. It made sense. Someone was looking for something. He shouldn't be angry with Michael because he couldn't find out who. Michael had tried. Richard wondered how there could be no tracks. "I'm sorry. Maybe you're right, Michael." Another thought struck him. "So, it didn't have anything to do with this conspiracy? It wasn't those men trying to get to you?" Michael waved his hand. No. It had nothing to do with that. That problem has been taken care of. Don't worry about me. I am safe. Everything is all right." Richard nodded. Michael's face turned to a look of annoyance. "So, little brother, how come you're such a mess? Couldn't you at least clean yourself up? It's not like you didn't have notice. You have known about this party for weeks." Continuing on page 37. Before he could answer, Kaylin spoke up. Richard had forgotten she was still standing next to him. Please forgive your brother. It was not his fault. He came to guide me into Heartland, and I was late in coming. I pray he is not dishonored in your eyes because of me." Michael's eyes glided down the length of her before returning to her face. "And you are?" Her back stiffened as she stood tall. "I am Caelan Amnell." Michael gave a slight smile and a small bow of his head. "So, you are not my brother's escort as I thought. And where have you traveled from?" "It is a small place far away. I am sure you would not know of it." Michael didn't challenge the answer, but turned to his brother instead. "You will stay the night?" "No, I have to go see Zed. He's been looking for me." Michael's smile melted. "You should keep better friends. No good can come of spending your time with that contrary old man." He turned back to Caelan. "You, my dear, will be my guest tonight." "I have other arrangements," she said warily. Michael reached around her with both arms, cupped both hands to her bottom, and pulled the lower half of her body hard against him, his leg pressed between her thighs. "Change them." His smile was as cold as winter night. "Remove your hands." Her voice was hard and dangerous. Each stared into the other's eyes. Richard was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what his brother was doing. "Michael, stop it!" They both ignored him and continued to confront one another, faces close, eyes locked together. Richard stood next to them, feeling helpless. He could sense that both wanted him to stay out of it. His body tensed, muscles hard, readying to disregard the feeling. "You feel good," Michael whispered. "I think I could fall in love with you." Caelan's breathing was slow and restrained. "You do not know the half of it." Her voice was even and controlled. "Now remove your hands." When he did not, she slowly placed the fingernail of her first finger on his chest, just below the hollow at the base of his neck. As they glared at each other, she slowly, ever so slowly, began to drag her fingernail downward, ripping his flesh open. Blood ran down skin in rivulets. For a brief moment, Michael didn't move, but then his eyes could not disguise the pain. He flung open his arms and staggered back a step. Without looking back, Caelan stormed out of the house. Richard gave his brother an angry glare he could not suppress and followed her out. Chapter 4. Richard ran down the walkway to catch up with her. Caelan's dress and long hair flowed behind as she marched along in the late afternoon sunlight. When she reached a tree, she stopped and waited. For the second time that day, she wiped blood off her hand. As he touched her shoulder, she turned, her calm face showing no emotion. "Caelan, I'm sorry." She cut him off. "Do not apologize. What your brother did, he was not doing to me, he was doing to you." "To me? What do you mean?" "Your brother is jealous of you." Her face softened. "He is not stupid, Richard. He knew I was with you, and he was jealous." Richard took her arm and started walking down the road away from Michael's house. He was furious with Michael, and at the same time he was ashamed of his anger. He felt as if he were letting his father down. "That's no excuse. He's first counselor. He has all anyone could want. I'm sorry I didn't put a stop to it." "I did not want you to. It was for me to do. What he wants is whatever you have. If you had stopped him, having me would be a contest he would have to win. This way he has no more interest in me. Besides, what he did to you about your mother was worse. Would you have wanted me to have stepped in on your behalf?" Richard put his eyes back to the road. He choked off his anger. "No, that was not for you to do." As they walked, the houses became smaller, closer together, but remained clean and well kept. Some of their owners were out taking advantage of the good weather to make repairs before winter. The air was clean and crisp, and Richard knew by the dryness of it that it would be a cold night, the right kind of night for a fire of birch logs, fragrant but not too hot. The white-fenced yards gave way to larger garden plots in front of small cottages set farther back from the road. As he walked, Richard plucked an oak leaf from a branch hanging close to the road. "You seem to know a lot about people. You're very perceptive. I mean about why they do what they do." She shrugged. "I guess." He tore little pieces off the leaf. "Is that why they hunt you?" She looked over as they walked, and when his eyes came to her, she answered, "They hunt me because they fear truth. One reason I trust you is because you do not." He smiled at the compliment. He liked the answer, even though he wasn't sure what it meant. "You aren't about to kick me, are you?" A grin came to her face. "You are getting close." She thought a moment, the smile fading, and went on. "I am sorry, Richard, but for now you must trust me. The more I tell you, the greater the danger to both of us. Still friends?" "Still friends." He threw the skeleton of the leaf away. "But someday you will tell me all of it?" She nodded. "If I can, I promise I will." "Good," he said cheerfully. "After all, I am a seeker of truth." Kalin jerked to a halt, grabbed his shirt sleeve, and spun him to face her wide eyes. "Why did you say that?" she demanded. "What? You mean seeker of truth? That's what Zed calls me, ever since I was little. He says I always insist on knowing the truth of things, so he calls me seeker of truth." He was surprised by her agitation. His eyes narrowed. "Why?" She started walking again. "Never mind." Somehow, he seemed to have broached a sensitive subject. His need to know the answers started to shoulder its way around in his mind. They hunted her because they feared truth, he thought, and she became upset when he said he was a seeker of truth. Maybe she had become upset, he decided, because it made her fear for him, too. "Can you at least tell me who they are? Those who hunt you?" She continued to watch the road as she walked next to him. He didn't know if she was going to answer him, but at last she did. "They are the followers of a very wicked man. His name is Darken Rawl. Please do not ask me any more for now. I do not wish to think of him." Darken Rawl. So, now he knew the name. The late afternoon sun was behind the hills of the Heartland Woods, allowing the air to cool as they passed through gently rolling hills of hardwood forest. They didn't talk. He didn't care to talk anyway, as his hand was hurting and he was feeling a little dizzy. A bath and a warm bed were what he wanted. Better to give her the bed, he thought. He would sleep in his favorite chair, the one with the squeak. That sounded good, too. It had been a long day, and he ached. By a stand of birch, he turned her up the small trail that would lead past his house. He watched her walking in front of him on the narrow path, picking spiderwebs off her face and arms as she broke the strands strung across their way. Richard was eager to get home. Along with his knife and the other things he had forgotten to take along, there was something else he had to have, a very important thing his father had given him. His father had made him the guardian of a secret, made him the keeper of a secret book, and had given Richard something to keep always, as proof to the true owner of the book that it was not stolen, but rescued for safekeeping. It was a triangular-shaped tooth, 3 fingers wide. Richard had strung a leather thong to it so he could wear it around his neck, but like his knife and backpack, he had stupidly left the house without it. He was impatient to have it back around his neck. Without it, his father would be a thief, just as Michael said. Higher up, after an open area of bare rock, the maples, oaks, and birches began to give way to spruce. The forest floor lost its green for a quiet brown mat of needles. As they walked along, an uneasy feeling began to itch at him. He gently took Kalen's sleeve between his thumb and forefinger, pulling her back. "Let me go first," he said quietly. She looked at him and obeyed without question. For the next half hour, he slowed the pace, studying the ground and inspecting every branch close to the trail. Richard stopped at the base of the last ridge before his house and squatted them down beside a patch of ferns. "What's wrong?" she asked. He shook his head. "Maybe nothing," he whispered, "but someone has been up the trail this afternoon." He picked up a flattened pine cone, looking at it for a short time before tossing it away. "How do you know?" "Spiderwebs." He looked up the hill. "There aren't any spiderwebs across the trail. Someone has been up the trail and broken them. The spiders haven't had time to string more, so there aren't any." "Does anyone else live up this trail?" "No, but it could be just a traveler passing through. But this trail isn't used much." Kalen frowned, perplexed. When I was walking in front, there were spiderwebs all over. I was picking them off my face every 10 steps. That's what I'm talking about, he whispered. No one has been up that part of the trail all day, but since the open place we came through, there haven't been any more. How could that be? He shook his head. I don't know. Either someone came out of the woods back by the clearing and then went up the trail, a very hard way to travel. He looked her in the eyes. Or they dropped in out of the sky. My house is over this hill. Let's keep our eyes sharp. Richard carefully led the two of them up the rise, both scanning the woods as they went. He wanted to run in the other direction, take them away from there, but he couldn't. He wasn't running away without the tooth his father had given him for safekeeping. At the top of the rise, they crouched behind a big pine and looked down on his house. Windows were broken, and the door, which he always locked, stood open. His possessions were scattered about on the ground. Richard stood. It's been ransacked, just like my father's house. She grabbed a fistful of his shirt and hauled him back down. Richard, she whispered angrily, your father may have come home just like this. Maybe he went in just like you are about to do, and they were waiting for him. She was right, of course. He ran his fingers through his hair, thinking. He looked back toward the house. Its back sat hard up against the woods, with its door facing the clearing. Since it was the only door, anyone inside would expect him to come running in that way. That's where they would wait, if they were inside. All right, he whispered back. But there's something inside I have to get. I'm not leaving without it. We can sneak around the back, I'll get it, and then we will be away from here. Richard would have preferred not to take her, but he didn't want to leave her waiting on the trail alone. They made their way through the woods, through the tangle of brush, skirting the house, giving it a wide berth. When he reached the place where he would have to approach the back of the house, he motioned her to wait. She didn't like the idea, but he would take no argument. If there was anyone in there, he didn't want them getting her as well. Leaving Kalin under a spruce tree, Richard started cautiously toward the house, following a serpentine route to stay on the areas of soft needles instead of treading on dry leaves. When he finally saw the back bedroom window, he stood frozen, listening. He heard no sound. Carefully, his heart pounding, he took slow, crouched steps. There was movement at his feet. A snake wriggled past his foot. He waited for it to pass. At the weathered back of his house, he gently put his hand on the bare wooden frame of the window and raised his head high enough to look inside. Most of the glass was broken out, and he could see that his bedroom was a mess. The bedding was slashed open. Prized books were torn apart and their pages strewn about the floor. To the far side of the room, the door to the front window was opened part way, but not enough to see beyond. Without a wedge under it, that was the spot the door always swung to on its own. Slowly, he put his head in the window and looked down at his bed. Below the window was the bottom bedpost, and hanging from it were his pack and the leather thong with the tooth, right where he had left them. He brought his arm up and started to reach through the window. There was a squeak from the front room, a squeak he knew well. He went cold with fright. It was the squeak his chair made. He had never fixed the squeak because it seemed a part of the chair's personality, and he couldn't bring himself to alter it. Soundlessly, he dropped back down. There could be no doubt. Someone was in the front room, sitting in his chair, waiting for him. Something caught his eye, making him look to the right. A squirrel sat on a rotting stump, watching him. Please, he thought desperately to himself, please don't start chattering to me to leave your territory. The squirrel watched him for a long moment, then jumped off the stump to a tree, scurried up, and was gone. Richard let out his breath and raised himself back up to look in the window again. The door still stood as it had before. Quickly, he reached inside and carefully lifted the pack and leather thong with the tooth off the bedpost, listening wide-eyed all the time for the slightest sound from beyond the door. His knife was on a small table on the other side of the bed. There was no chance of retrieving it. He lifted the pack through the window, being careful not to let it bump against any of the remaining shards of broken glass. With his booty in hand, Richard moved quickly but silently back the way he had come, resisting a strong urge to break into a run. He looked over his shoulder as he went to be sure no one followed. He put his head through the loop of leather and tucked the tooth into his shirt. He never let anyone see the tooth. It was only for the keeper of the secret book to see. Kaelin waited where he had left her. When she saw him, she sprang to her feet. He crossed his lips with his finger to let her know to keep silent. Slinging the pack over his left shoulder, he put his other hand gently on her back to move her along. Not wanting to go back the way they had come, he guided her through the woods to where the trail continued above his house. Spiderwebs strung across the trail glistened in the last rays of the setting sun, and they both breathed out in relief. This trail was longer and much more arduous, but it led where he was going, to Zed. The old man's house was too far to reach before dark, and the trail was too treacherous to travel at night, but he wanted to put as much distance as he could between them and whomever waited back at his house. While there was light, they would keep moving. Coldly, he wondered if whoever was in his house could be the same person who had murdered his father. His house was torn up just like his father's had been. Could they have been waiting for him as they had waited for his father? Could it be the same person? Richard wished he could have confronted him, or at least seen who it was. But something inside him had strongly warned him to get away. He gave himself a mental shake. He was letting his imagination have too free a rein. Of course something inside had warned him of danger, warned him to get away. He had already gotten away with his life when he shouldn't have once this day. It was foolish to trust in luck once. Twice was arrogance of the worst kind. It was best to walk away. Still, he wished he could have seen who it was, been sure there was no connection. Why would someone tear his house apart, as his father's had been torn apart? What if it was the same person? He wanted to know who had killed his father. He burned to know. Even though he had not been allowed to see his father's body at his house, he had wanted to know how he was killed. Chase had told him, very gently, but he had told him. His father's belly had been cut open, and his guts had been spread out all over the floor. How could anyone do that? Why would anyone do that? It made him sick and lightheaded to think of it again. Richard swallowed back the lump in his throat. Well? Her voice jolted him out of his thoughts. What? Well, what? Well, did you get whatever it was you went to get? Yes. So what was it? What was it? It was my backpack. I had to get my backpack. She turned to face him with both hands on her hips and a scowl on her face. Richard Cypher, you expect me to believe you risked your life to get your backpack? Kaelin, you are coming close to getting kicked. He couldn't manage a smile. Her head was cocked to the side, and she continued to give him a sideways look, but his remark had taken the fire out of her. Fair enough, my friend, she said gently. Fair enough. He could tell Kaelin was a person who was used to getting answers when she asked a question. As the light faded and colors muted into grayness, Richard started thinking of places to spend the night. He knew of several wayward pines along the way that he had used on many occasions. There was one at the edge of a clearing, just off the trail ahead. He could see the tall tree standing out against the fading pinks of the sky, standing above all the other trees. He led Kaelin off the trail toward it. The tooth hanging around his neck nagged at him. His secrets nagged at him. He wished his father had never made him the keeper of the secret book. A thought that had occurred to him back at his house, but he had ignored, forced itself to the front of his mind. The books at his house looked like they had been torn apart in a rage. Maybe because none was the right book. What if it was the secret book they were looking for? But that was impossible. No one but the true owner even knew of the book. And his father, and himself, and the thing the tooth came from. The thought was too far-fetched to consider, but he decided he wouldn't. He tried very hard not to. Fear, from what had happened on Blunt Cliff, and from what had been waiting for him at his house, seemed to have sapped his strength. His feet felt almost too heavy to lift as he trudged across the mossy ground. Just before he went through the brush into the clearing, he stopped to swat a fly that was biting his neck. Kaelin grabbed his wrist in mid-swat. Her other hand clamped over his mouth. He went rigid. Looking into his eyes, she shook her head, then released his wrist, putting the hand behind his head while continuing to keep her other hand over his mouth. By the expression on her face, he knew she was terrified he would make a sound. She slowly lowered him to the ground, and by his cooperation he let her know he would obey. Her eyes held him as hard as her hands. Continuing to watch his eyes, she put her face so close to his he could feel the warmth of her breath on his cheek. "Listen to me." Her whisper was so low he had to concentrate to hear her. "Do exactly as I say." The expression on her face made him afraid to blink. "Do not move. No matter what happens, do not move, or we are dead." She waited. He gave a small nod. "Let the flies bite, or we are dead." She waited again. He gave another small nod. With a flick of her eyes, she indicated for him to look across the clearing. He slowly moved his head just a little so he could see. There was nothing. She kept her hand over his mouth. He heard a few grunts like a wild boar. Then he saw it. He flinched involuntarily. She clamped her hand harder against his mouth. From across the clearing, fading evening light reflected in two glowing green eyes as their gaze swept in his direction. It stood on 2 feet, like a man, and was about a head taller than him. He guessed it weighed 3 times as much. Flies bit his neck, but he tried to ignore them. He looked back to her eyes. She had not looked to the beast. She knew what waited across the clearing. Instead, she continued to watch him, waiting to see if he would react in a way that would betray them. He nodded again to reassure her. Only then did she remove her hand from his mouth and put it over his wrist, holding it to the ground. Trickles of blood ran across her neck as she lay motionless on the soft moss, letting the flies bite. He could feel each sharp sting as they bit his neck. Grunts came short and low, and both turned their heads slightly to see. With astonishing speed, it charged into the center of the clearing, moving in a shuffling sideways motion. It grunted as it came. Glowing green eyes searched, while its long tail slowly swished the air. The beast cocked its head to the side and pricked its short, rounded ears ahead, listening. Fur covered the great body everywhere except its chest and stomach, which were covered with a smooth, glossy, pinkish skin that rippled with corded muscles underneath. Flies buzzed around something smeared over the taut skin. Throwing back its head, the beast opened its mouth, hissing into the cold night air. Richard could see the hot breath turning to vapor between teeth as big as his fingers. To keep from shrieking in terror, Richard concentrated on the pain of the biting flies. They could not sneak away or run. The thing was that close, and he knew that fast. A scream erupted from the ground right in front of them, making Richard flinch. Instantly, the beast charged toward the two of them in a sideways run. Kalen's fingers dug into his wrist, but otherwise she didn't move. Richard was paralyzed as he saw it pounce. A rabbit, its ears covered with the flies, bolted right in front of them, screaming again, and was swept up and torn in half in a blink. The front half went down in one swallow. The beast stood right over them and tore at the insides of the rabbit, taking some of the gore and smearing it on its pink-skinned chest and stomach. The flies, even the ones biting Richard's and Kalen's necks, returned to the creature to feast. The rest of the rabbit was taken by each hind leg, ripped in half, and eaten. When done, the beast cocked its head again, listening. The two of them were right underneath it, both holding their breath. Richard wanted to scream. Large wings spread from its back. Against the failing light, Richard could see the veins pulsing through the thin membranes that were its wings. The beast took one last look around and skittered sideways across the clearing. It straightened, hopped twice, and flew off, disappearing in the direction of the boundary. The flies were gone with it. Both flopped onto their backs, breathing fast, exhausted by the level of fright. Richard thought of the country people who had told him of things from the sky that ate people. He hadn't believed them. He believed them now. Something in his pack was poking him in the side, and when he could stand it no longer, he rolled onto his side, propping himself up on one elbow. He was drenched in sweat, and it now felt like ice in the cold evening air. Kalen still lay on her back with her eyes closed, breathing rapidly. A few strands of her hair stuck to her face, but most of it flowed out over the ground. Sweat covered her, too. Around her neck it was tinted red. He felt an overwhelming sense of sadness for her, for the terrors in her life. He wished she didn't have to face the monsters she seemed to know all too well. Caelan, what was that thing? She sat up, taking a deep breath as she looked down at him. Her hand came up and hooked some of her hair behind her ear. The rest fell forward over her shoulders. It was a long-tailed gar. Reaching out, she picked up one of the biting flies by its wings. Somehow it must have gotten caught in a fold of his shirt and was smashed when he flopped onto his back. This is a blood fly. Gars use them to hunt. The flies flush out the quarry, the gar grabs it. They smear some on themselves for the flies. We are very lucky. She held the blood fly right in front of his nose to make her point. Long-tailed gars are stupid. If it had been a short-tailed gar, we would be dead right now. Short-tailed gars are bigger and a lot smarter. She paused to make sure she had his full attention. They count their flies. He was frightened, exhausted, confused, and in pain. He wanted this nightmare to end. With a moan of frustration, he sagged back down onto his back, not caring anymore about whatever it was that was poking him. Caelan, I'm your friend. After those men attacked us and you didn't want to tell me more about what is going on, I didn't press you. His eyes were closed. He couldn't bear the scrutiny of her eyes. Now someone is after me, too. For all I know, it could be the same person who murdered my father. It's not just you anymore. I can't go home either. I think I have a right to know at least some of what's going on. I'm your friend, not your enemy. Once, when I was little, I got a fever and almost died. Zed found a root that saved me. Until today, that was the only time I've ever been close to death. Today I was close 3 times. What do I... Her fingertips touched his lips to silence him. You're right. I will answer your questions. Except about me. For now I cannot. He sat up and looked at her. She was starting to shake with cold. Shrugging the straps of the pack off his shoulders, he pulled a blanket out and wrapped it around her. You promised me a fire, she said as she shivered. Is it a promise you intend to keep? He couldn't help but to laugh as he got to his feet. Sure. There's a wayward pine right over there on the other side of the clearing. Or if you want, there are others up the trail a little way. She looked up and gave him a worried frown. Right, he smiled. We'll find another wayward pine up the trail. What is a wayward pine, she asked. Chapter 5. Richard held back the boughs of the tree. This is a wayward pine, he announced, friend to any traveler. It was dark inside. Caelan held the boughs aside so he could see by the moonlight to strike steel to flint and start a fire. Clouds scudded across the moon, and they could see their breath in the cold air. Richard had stayed here before on trips to and from Zed's, and had made a small fire pit of stones. There was dry wood, and to the far side a stack of dry grass he had used for bedding. Since he didn't have his knife, he was thankful he had left a supply of tinder. The fire was quickly started, filling the interior of the tree's skirt with flickering light. Richard was not quite able to stand under the branches where they began growing out from the trunk. The branches were bare near the trunk, with needles on the ends, leaving a hollow interior. The lower branches dipped all the way to the ground. The tree was fire-resistant as long as one was careful. The smoke from the small fire curled up the center near the trunk. The needles grew so thick that even in a good rain it remained dry inside. Richard had waited out many a rain in a wayward pine. He always enjoyed staying in the small but cozy shelters as he traveled the heartland. Now, he was especially glad for its concealing shelter. Before their encounter with the long-tailed gar, there had been plants and animals in the forest he had strong respect for, but there had been nothing in the woods he feared. Caelan sat herself down cross-legged in front of the fire. She was still shivering, and kept the blanket over her head formed into a hood, and held tightly up around her chin. I never heard of wayward pines before. I am not used to staying in the woods when I travel, but they look like a wonderful place to sleep. She looked even more tired than he. When was the last time you slept? 2 days ago, I think. It has all become a blur. Richard was surprised she could keep her eyes open. When they were running from the quad, he had barely been able to keep up with her. It was her fear that pushed her on, he knew. Why so long? It would be very unwise, she said, to go to sleep in the Boundary. Kaelin watched the fire, spellbound in its warm embrace, the light from it fluttering on her face. She loosened the blanket from around her chin and let it hang so she could put her hands out to warm them closer to the fire. A chill ran through him when he wondered what was in the Boundary and what would happen if he went to sleep there. Hungry? She nodded her head. Richard dug around in his pack, retrieving a pot, and went outside to fill it in a pool of water at a small brook they had passed a short distance back. Sounds of the night filled air so cold it felt as if it might break if he wasn't careful. Once again, he cursed himself for leaving home without his forest cloak, among other things. The memory of what had been waiting for him at his house made him shiver all the more. Every bug that looped past made him recoil in fear it was a bloodfly, and several times he froze in mid-step, only to exhale in relief when he saw it was only a snowy tree cricket, or a moth, or a lacewing. Shadows melted and materialized as clouds passed in front of the moon. He didn't want to, but he looked up anyway. Stars winked off and back on as soft, gauze-like clouds moved silently across the sky. All except one, which did not move. He came back in, cold to the bone, and put the pot of water on the fire, balancing it on 3 stones. Richard started to sit across from her, but then changed his mind and sat next to her, telling himself it was because he was so cold. When she heard his teeth chattering, she put half the blanket around his shoulders, letting her half slip from her head down to her shoulders as well. The blanket, heated by her body, felt good around him, and he sat quietly, letting the warmth soak in. I've never seen anything like a gar. The Midlands must be a dreadful place. There are many dangers in the Midlands. A wistful smile came over her face. There are also many fantastic and magical things. It is a beautiful, wondrous place. But the gar are not from the Midlands. They are from Dahara. He stared in astonishment. Dahara? From across the second Boundary? Dahara. Until his brother's speech today, he had never heard the name spoken in anything other than the cautious whispers of older people, or in a curse. Kaelin continued to watch the fire. Richard. She paused as if afraid to tell him the rest. There is no longer a second Boundary. The boundary between the Midlands and Dahara is down since the spring. That shock made him feel as if the shadowy Dahara had just taken a frightening giant leap closer. He struggled to make sense of the things he was learning. Maybe my brother is more of a prophet than he knows. Maybe, she said noncommittally. Although it would be hard to make a living as a prophet by predicting events that had already taken place. He gave her a sidelong glance. Kaelin smiled as she idly twisted a strand of hair. When I first saw you, my thought was that you were no fool. Firelight sparkled in her green eyes. Thank you for not proving me wrong. Michael is in a position to have knowledge others don't. Maybe he's trying to prepare the people, get them used to the idea, so when they find out they won't panic. Michael often said that information was the coin of power, and that it was not a coin to be spent frivolously. After he had become a counselor, he encouraged people to bring their information to him first. Even a farmer with a tail received an ear, and if the tale proved true, a favor. The water was starting to boil. Richard leaned over, hooked his finger through a strap, and pulled his pack to him, then rearranged the blanket. Rummaging around, he located the pouch of dried vegetables and poured some into the pot. From his pocket, he pulled a napkin that held 4 fat sausages, which he broke up and tossed into the soup pot. Kaelin looked surprised. Where did those come from? Did you snatch those from your brother's party? Her voice carried a tone of disapproval. A good woodsman, he said, licking his fingers and looking up at her, always plans ahead and tries to know where his next meal will come from. He will not think much of your manners. I do not think much of his. He knew he would get no argument from her on that point. Kaelin, I won't justify the way he acted. Ever since our mother died, he's been a hard person to be close to. But I know he cares about people. You have to if you want to be a good counselor. It must be a lot of pressure. I certainly wouldn't want the responsibility. But that's all he ever wanted, to be someone important. And now that he's first counselor, he has what he's always wanted. He should be satisfied, but he seems even less tolerant. He's always busy and always snapping orders. He is always in a bad mood lately. Maybe when he got what he wanted, it wasn't what he thought it would be. I wish he could be more like he used to be. She grinned. At least you had the good sense to pick the best of the sausages. That eased the tension. They both laughed. Caelan, I don't understand. About the boundary, I mean. I don't even know what the boundary is, except it's meant to keep the land separated so there will be peace. And of course everyone knows that whoever goes into the boundary will not come out alive. Chase and the boundary wardens patrol to make sure people stay away for their own good. Young people here are not taught the histories of the three lands? No. I always thought it odd myself because I wanted to know, but no one would ever tell me much. People think I'm strange because I want to know, and I ask questions. Older people seem suspicious when I ask and tell me it was too long ago to remember or give me some other excuse. Both my father and Zed told me they used to live in the Midlands before the boundary. Before it went up, they came to Westland. They met here before I was born. They said that back before the boundaries was a terrible time and that there was a lot of fighting. They both told me there was nothing I needed to know except it was a dreadful time best forgotten. Zed always seemed the most bitter about it. Caelan snapped a piece off a dry stick and tossed it into the fire, where it flamed into a bright ember. Well, it is a long story. If you want, I will tell you some of it. When she turned to him, he nodded for her to go on. Long ago, back in the time before our parents were born, Dahara was just a confederation of kingdoms, as was the Midlands. The most ruthless of the Daharan rulers was Panis Ral. He was avaricious. From the first day of his reign, he started swallowing up all of Dahara for himself, one kingdom after another, many times before the ink was dry on a peace treaty. In the end, he held sway over all of Dahara, but instead of satisfying him, it only whetted his appetite, and he soon turned his attention to the lands that are now the Midlands. The Midlands is a loose confederation of free lands, free at least to rule as they see fit, and only so long as they live in peace with each other. By the time Ral had conquered all of Dahara, the peoples of the Midlands had seen what he was about, and were not to be taken so easily. They knew that signing a peace treaty with him was as good as signing an invitation to invasion. Instead, they chose to remain free and join together through the Council of the Midlands in a common defense. Many of the free lands held no favor with each other, but they knew that if they did not fight together, they would die separately, one at a time. Panis Ral threw the might of Dahara against them. War raged for many years. Caelan broke off another piece of the stick and fed it to the fire. As his legions were finally slowed and then halted, Ral turned to magic. There is magic in Dahara, too, not just in the Midlands. Back then, there was magic everywhere. There were no separate lands, no boundaries. Anyway, Panis Ral was ruthless in his use of magic against the free people. He was terribly brutal. What kind of magic? What did he do? Some was trickery, sickness, fevers, but the worst of it was the shadow people. Richard frowned. Shadow people? What were they? Shadows in the air. Shadow people had no solid form, no precise shape. They were not even alive as we know it, but beings created out of magic. She held out her hand, gliding it across in front of them. They would come floating across a field or through a wood. Weapons had no effect on them. Swords and arrows went through them as if they were nothing more than smoke. You couldn't hide. Shadow people could see you anywhere. One would drift right up to a person and touch him. The touch caused the person's whole body to blister and swell, and finally split open. No one touched by a shadow person ever survived. Whole battalions were found, killed to a man. She pulled her hand back inside the blanket. When Panis Ral started using the magic in that way, a great and honorable wizard joined the side of the Midlands cause. What was his name, this great and honorable wizard? That is part of the story. Have patience until I get to it. Richard stirred some spices into the soup, listening intently while she resumed her story. Many thousands had already died in battle, but the magic killed many more. It was a dark time, After all those years of struggle, to have so many taken by the magic Rawl called forth. But with the help of the great wizard, holding Panis Rawl's magic in check, his legions were driven back into Dahara. Richard added a stick of birch to the fire. How did this great and honorable wizard stop the Shadow People? He conjured up battle horns for the armies. When the Shadow People came, our men blew the horns and magic swept the Shadow People away like smoke in the wind. It turned the course of battle to our side. The wars had been devastating, but it was concluded that going into Dahara to destroy Rawl and his forces would be too costly. Yet something had to be done to keep Panis Rawl from trying again, as they knew he would. And many were more frightened of the magic than of the hordes from Dahara, and they wanted to have nothing to do with it ever again. They wanted a place to live where there would be no magic. Westland was set aside for those people. So it was that there came to be 3 lands. The boundaries were created with the help of magic, but they themselves are not magic. Richard watched as she looked away. So, what are they? Even though her head was turned, he could see her eyes close for a moment. She took the spoon from him and tasted the soup, which he knew wasn't ready yet, then looked to him, as if asking if he really wanted to know. Richard waited. Kaelin stared into the fire. The boundaries are part of the underworld, the dominion of the dead. They were conjured into our world by magic to separate the 3 lands. They are like a curtain drawn across our world, a rift in the world of the living. You mean that going into the boundary is, what, like falling through a crack into another world? Into the underworld? She shook her head. No, our world is still here. The underworld is there in the same place at the same time. It is about a 2-day walk across the land where the boundary, the underworld, lies. But while you are walking the land where the boundary is, you are also walking through the underworld. It is a wasteland. Any life that touches the underworld or is touched by it is touching death. That is why no one can cross the boundary. If you enter it, you enter the land of the dead. No one can return from the dead. Then how did you? She swallowed as she watched the fire. With magic. The boundary was brought here with magic, so the wizards reasoned they could get me safely through with the aid and protection of magic. It was frightfully difficult for them to cast the spells. They were dealing in things they didn't fully understand, dangerous things, and they weren't the ones who conjured the boundary into this world, so they weren't sure it would work. None of us knew what to expect. Her voice was weak, distant. Even though I came through, I fear I will never be able to entirely leave it. Richard sat spellbound. He was horrified to think that she had faced that she had gone through a part of the underworld, the world of the dead, even with the aid of magic. It was unimaginable. Her frightened eyes came to his, eyes that had seen things no one else had ever seen. "Tell me what you saw there," he whispered. Her skin was ashen as she looked back into the fire. A birch twig popped, making her flinch. Her lower lip began to quiver, and her eyes filled with tears that reflected the flickering flames, but she was not seeing the fire. "At first," she said in a distant tone, "it was like walking into the sheets of cold fire you see at night in the northern sky." Her chest began heaving. "Inside, it is beyond darkness." Her eyes were wide, wet. A small moan escaped with her breath. "There is someone with me." She turned to him, confused, seeming not to know where she was. It panicked him to see the pain in her eyes. Pain he brought there with his question. She put her hand over her mouth as tears rolled down her cheeks. Her eyes closed as she gave a low, mournful cry. Bumps ran up Richard's arms. "My mother," she sobbed. "I haven't seen her in so many years. And my dead sister, Denis. I'm so alone and afraid." As she cried, she started gasping for air. Somehow he was losing her to the powerful specters of what she had seen in the underworld, as if they were pulling her back to drown her. Frantic, Richard put his hands on her shoulders and twisted her to face him. "Kaelin, look at me. Look at me." "Denis," she gasped, her chest heaving as she tried to break free of him. "Kaelin!" "I'm so alone and afraid. Kaylin, I'm here with you. Look at me. She continued to cry convulsively, choking for air. Her eyes opened, but they didn't focus on him. They were looking into another place. You're not alone. I'm here with you. I won't leave you. I'm so alone, she wailed. He shook her, trying to make her listen. Her skin was white and dead cold. She struggled to breathe. I'm right here. You're not alone. Desperate, he shook her again, but it wasn't helping. He was losing her. Struggling to control his rising panic, Richard did the only thing he could think of. When he had been confronted with fear in the past, he had learned to control it. There was strength in control. He did that now. Maybe he could give her some of his strength. Closing his eyes, he shut his fear away, blocked off the panic, and sought the calm within himself. He let his mind focus on the strength within himself. In the quiet of his mind, he blocked off his fears and confusion and centered his thoughts on the strength of that peace. He would not let the underworld have her. He spoke her name in a calm voice. Let me help you. You are not alone. I am here with you. Let me help you. Take my strength. His hands gripped her shoulders. He could feel her shaking as she cried in choking sobs and struggled to breathe. He visualized sending her his strength through his hands, through his contact with her. He visualized that contact extending to her mind, lending her all of his strength and drawing her back away from the blackness. He would be the spark of light and life in that blackness that would lead her back to this world, to him. Kaylin, I am here. I won't leave you. You are not alone. I am your friend. Trust in me. He gently squeezed her shoulders. Come back to me, please. He pictured the white-hot light in his mind, hoping it would help her. Please, dear spirits, he prayed. Let her see in. Let it help her. Let her use my strength. Richard? She called out the name as if searching for him. He squeezed her shoulders again. I'm here. I won't leave you. Come back to me. She started breathing again, her eyes focused on his face. Relief flooded her features when she recognized him, and she began to cry in what seemed a more normal way. She collapsed against him and held him as she would a rock in a river. He held her to him and let her cry on his shoulder while he told her it was all right. He was so afraid he had lost her to the underworld that he didn't want to let go of her either. Reaching down, he got a hold of the blanket and pulled it back up around her, wrapping her with it as best he could. Warmth was returning to her body again, another sign that she was safe now, but he was disturbed by how quickly the underworld had pulled her back. He didn't think that was supposed to happen. She hadn't been there long, and exactly how he had gotten her back he didn't know, but he knew it had been none too soon. The fire gave its soft red cast to the inside of the wayward pine, and in the silence it seemed a secure haven again. An illusion, he knew. He held her and stroked her hair and rocked her gently for a long time. Something in the way she clung to him made him realize that no one had held her and comforted her for a very long time. He didn't know anything about wizards or magic, but no one would send Kaylin through the boundary, through the underworld, without a powerful reason. He wondered what could be that important. Pushing herself off his shoulder, she sat up embarrassed. I'm sorry. I should not have touched you in that manner. It's all right, Kaylin. It is the first responsibility of a friend to provide a shoulder to cry on. She nodded, but didn't raise her head. Richard felt her eyes on him as he took the soup off the fire to let it cool a little. He put another piece of wood into the flames, sending sparks swirling up with the smoke. How do you do that? She asked in a soft voice. Do what? How do you ask questions that fill my mind with pictures and make me answer even when I have no intention to? He shrugged, a little self-conscious. Zed asks me that too. I guess it's just something I was born with. Sometimes I think it's a curse. He turned from the fire to face her again. I'm sorry, Kaylin, for asking you what you saw there. It was a thoughtless thing to do. Sometimes my common sense doesn't keep up with my curiosity. I'm sorry I brought you pain. You being pulled back into the underworld, though, that shouldn't have happened, should it? No, it shouldn't. It was almost as if when I thought back to what I had seen, someone was waiting to pull me back.
I fear if you hadn't been here, I might have been lost there. In the darkness, I saw a light. Something you did brought me back."
Richard picked up the spoon while he thought. "Maybe just that you weren't alone." Kalen gave a weak shrug. "Maybe." "I only have one spoon. We can share it." He took a spoonful of soup and blew on it before tasting it. "Not my best work, but it's better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick." That had the desired effect. She smiled. He gave her the spoon. "If I'm to help you stay ahead of the next quad, to stay alive, I need answers. And I don't think we have much time." She nodded. "I understand. It's all right." He let her eat some soup before he went on. "So what happened after the boundaries went up? What about the Great Wizard?" Before handing him the spoon, she took a piece of sausage. "One more thing happened before they went up. While the Great Wizard was holding the magic at bay, Panis Ral took a final revenge. He sent a quad out of Dahara. They killed the wizard's wife and his daughter." Richard stared at her. "What did the wizard do to Ral?" "He held Ral's magic back and held him in Dahara until just as the boundary was going up. At that very moment, he sent a ball of wizard's fire through it, letting it touch death, to give it the power of both worlds. Then the boundaries were there." Richard had never heard of wizard's fire, but he didn't think it required an explanation. "So what happened to Panis Ral?" "Well, the boundaries were there so no one can say for sure, but I don't think anyone would have traded their lot for that of Panis Ral." Richard gave her the spoon, and she ate some more while he tried to imagine the righteous wrath of a wizard. After a few bites, she gave back the spoon and continued. "At first everything was fine, but then the Council of the Midlands started taking actions the Great Wizard said were corrupt. Something to do with the magic. He found out the Council had reneged on agreements about how the power of magic was to be controlled. He told them that their greed and the things they were doing would lead to worse horrors than those put down in the wars. They thought they knew better than he how the magic should be managed. They made a political appointment of a very important position that was a wizard's and a wizard's alone to fill. He was furious. He told them the position was one for which only a wizard could find the right person, and the appointment only a wizard's to make. The great wizard had trained other wizards, but in their greed, these others sided with the council. He was enraged. He said his wife and daughter had died for nothing. As punishment, the great wizard told them he would do the worst thing possible to them. He would leave them to suffer the consequence of their actions." Richard smiled. That sounded like something Zed would say. He said that if they knew so well how things were to be done, they did not need him. He refused to help them further and vanished. But as he left, he cast a wizard's web. "What's that, a wizard's web?" "It is a spell a wizard casts. As he left, he cast a wizard's web over everyone, making them forget his name, even what he looked like. So that is why no one knows what his name is or who he is." Kalen tossed a stick in the fire, staring off into her thoughts. He went back to eating soup while he waited for her to go on with the story. After a few minutes, she did. "At the beginning of last winter, the movement started." He backed the spoonful of soup away from his mouth as he looked up. "What movement?" "The Darken Ral movement. It seemed to spring up out of nowhere. All of a sudden, crowds of people in the bigger cities were chanting his name, calling him Father Ral, calling him the greatest man of peace that ever lived. The strange thing is, he is the son of Panis Ral from Dahara, on the other side of the boundary. So how did anyone even know anything about him?" She paused, allowing him to ponder the significance of this. "Anyway, then the Gars started coming over the boundary. They killed a lot of people before everyone learned to stay inside at night." "But how did they get across the boundary?" "It was weakening, only no one knew it. As it weakened, it faded from the top first, so the Gars could fly over. In the spring, it faded completely away. Then the People's Peace Army, Darken Ral's army, marched right into the bigger cities. Instead of fighting him, crowds of Midlanders threw flowers at them wherever they went. People who didn't throw flowers were hung." Richard stared wide-eyed. "The army killed them?" She looked at him hard. "No, the flower throwers did. Said they were a threat to peace, so they killed them."
The People's Peace Army never had to lift a finger. The movement said that proved Darken Rall only wanted peace, since his army didn't kill the dissenters. After a time, the army stepped in and stopped the killing. Instead, the dissenters were sent to the schools of enlightenment to learn about the greatness of Father Rall, about what a man of peace he is. And did they learn at these schools of enlightenment how great Darken Rall is? No one is as fanatical as a convert. Most just sit around all day chanting his name. So the Midlands didn't fight back. Darken Rall went before the council and asked them to join him in an alliance of peace. Those who did were held up as champions of harmony. Those who did not were held up as traitors and publicly executed on the spot by Darken Rall himself. How did... She held up her hand and closed her eyes. Darken Rall has a curved knife he keeps at his belt. He takes great pleasure in using it. Please, Richard, do not ask me to tell you what he did to those men. My stomach cannot bear its recounting. I was going to ask how the wizards reacted to all this. Oh. Well, it started to open their eyes. Rall then outlawed the use of all magic and declared anyone using it an insurrectionist. You must understand that in the Midlands, magic is a part of many people, many creatures. It would be like saying you are a criminal for having 2 arms and 2 legs, and must have them cut them off. Then he outlawed fire. His eyes came up from the soup. Fire? Why? Darken Rall does not explain his orders, but wizards use fire. Even so, he does not fear wizards. He has more power than his father ever did, more than any wizard. His followers give all kinds of reasons, the main one being that it was used against Darken Rall's father, so fire is a sign of disrespect to the House of Rall. That's why you wanted to sit in front of a fire. She nodded. To have a fire in the wrong place in the Midlands without the approval of Darken Rall or his followers is to invite death. She pushed at the dirt with a stick. Maybe in Westland, too. Your brother seems close to outlawing fire. Maybe... He cut her off. Our mother was burned to death in a fire. His tone was a hot warning. That's why Michael is concerned about fire. That's the only reason. And he never said anything about outlawing it, only that he wanted to do something so others wouldn't be hurt like she was. There's nothing wrong with wanting people not to be hurt. She looked up at him from under her eyebrows. He didn't seem to care about hurting you. Richard let his anger die as he took a deep breath. I know it seemed that way, but you don't understand him. That's just his way. I know it isn't his intention to hurt me. Richard pulled his knees up and folded his arms across them. After our mother died, Michael spent more and more time with his friends. He would make friends with anyone he thought was important. Some of them were pompous and arrogant. Father didn't like some of Michael's friends and told him so. They would argue about it. One time, Father came home with a vase that had these little figures sculpted around the top, like they were dancing on the rim. He was proud of it. He said it was old and he thought he could get a gold piece for it. Michael said he could get more. They argued, and finally Father let Michael take the vase to sell. Michael came back and threw 4 gold pieces on the table. My father just stared at them for the longest time. Then he said in a real quiet voice that the vase wasn't worth 4 gold pieces and wanted to know what Michael had told the people. Michael said he told them what they wanted to hear. Father reached out to pick up the 4 coins, and Michael slapped his hand over them. He picked up 3 and said only 1 was for his father, because 1 was all he expected to get. Then he said, "That is the value of my friends, George." That was the first time Michael called him George. My father never let him sell anything for him again. But do you know what Michael did with the money? The next time my father left on a trip, he paid off most of the family debts. He didn't even buy anything for himself. Sometimes Michael is crude in the way he does things, like today when he told everyone about our mother and pointed at me, but I know that he has everyone's best interests at heart. He doesn't want anyone hurt by fire. That's all. He just doesn't want anyone to go through what we did. He is only trying to do what is best for everyone. Kaylin didn't look up. She pushed at the dirt a moment more and then tossed the stick in the fire. I'm sorry, Richard. I shouldn't be so suspicious. I know how much it hurts to lose your mother. I'm sure you're right." Finally, she looked up. "Forgive me?" Richard smiled and gave her a nod. "Of course. I guess if I had been through all you have, I would be quick to think the worst, too. I'm sorry I jumped on you. If you will forgive my tone, I'll let you finish the soup." She nodded her agreement with a smile as he handed her the last of the soup. He wanted to hear the rest of the story, but he waited and watched her eat for a while before he asked, "So, have the Daharan forces conquered all of the Midlands?" "The Midlands is a big place. The People's Peace Army occupies only a few of the larger cities. People in many areas ignore the alliance. Rahl does not really care. He considers it a petty problem. His attention has been diverted to something else. The wizards found out his real goal was the magic the great wizard had warned the council about, the magic they had mishandled for their own avarice. With the magic Darken Rahl seeks, he will be master of all without having to fight anyone." 5 of the wizards realized they had been wrong, that the great wizard was right after all. They sought to gain redemption in his eyes and save the Midlands and Westland from what will happen if Darken Rahl gains the magic he seeks. So they searched for the great wizard, but Rahl hunts him also. "You said 5 wizards. How many are there?" "There were 7, the great wizard and his 6 students. The old one has vanished. One of the others sold his services to a queen, a very dishonorable thing for a wizard to do." She paused, considering that a moment. "And as I told you before, the 5 others are dead. Before they died, they had the whole of the Midlands searched, but the Great One was not to be found. He is not in the Midlands." "So they believed him to be in Westland?" Kaelin dropped the spoon in the empty pot. "Yes, he is here." "And they thought this great wizard could stop Darken Rahl, even though they could not?" Something was wrong with this story, and Richard wasn't sure he wanted to know what was coming next. "No," she said after a pause. "He does not have the power to go against Darken Rahl either. What they wanted, what we need to save and keep us all from what will be, is for the great wizard to make the appointment only he can make." By the care with which she was choosing her words, he knew she was dancing around secrets he was not to ask about, so he didn't, and instead asked, "Why didn't they come after him themselves and ask him to do it?" "Because they feared he would say no, and they did not have the power to force him." 5 wizards did not have the power of this one? She shook her head with a sad smile. "They were his students, ones who wanted to be wizards. They were not born wizards, born with the gift. The Great One was born to a father who was a wizard and a mother who was a sorceress. It is in his blood, not just his head. They could never be the wizard he is. They simply did not have the power to make him do what they wanted." She fell silent. "And—" He didn't say anything else. With his silence, he let her know his next question, and that he would have the answer to it. At last, she gave him the answer in a soft whisper. "And so they sent me because I do." The fire crackled and hissed. He could feel the tension in her, and he knew she had gone as far with that answer as she would on the subject, so he remained still to let her feel safe. Without looking over, he put his hand on her forearm, and she put her other hand over his. "How are you to know this wizard?" "I only know I must find him, and soon, or we are all lost." Richard thought in silence. "Zed will help us," he said at last. "He's a cloud reader. Finding lost people is what a cloud reader does." Kaelin gave him a suspicious look. "That sounds like magic. There is not supposed to be any magic in Westland." "He says it's not, that anyone can learn. He's always trying to teach me. He mocks me whenever I say it looks like it will rain. His eyes get real big and he says, 'Magic. You must have magic, my boy, to read the clouds and know the future so.'" Kaelin laughed. It was a good sound to hear. He didn't want to press her further, even though the weave of her story had many loose threads. There was much she wasn't telling him. At least he knew more than he did before. The important thing was to find the wizard and then get away. Another quad would be coming for her. They would have to go west, while the wizard did whatever it was he had to do. She opened her waist pouch and pulled something out. Untying a string, she laid back the folds of a waxed cloth that held a tan substance. Dipping her finger in it, she turned to him. "This will help the fly bites heal. Turn your head." The ointment soothed the sting. He recognized the fragrances of some of the plants and herbs it was made from. Zed had taught him to make a similar ointment, but with alum that would take pain from flesh wounds. When finished with him, she put some on herself. He held out his sore red hand. "Here, put some on this, too." "Richard, what have you done?" "I was stuck by a thorn this morning." She dabbed the ointment carefully on his wound. "I have never seen a thorn do this." "It was a big thorn. I'm sure I'll be better by morning." The ointment didn't help the pain as much as he had hoped, but he told her that it did, not wanting to worry her. His hand was nothing compared to the things she had to worry about. He watched as she retied the string around the little package and replaced it in her waist pouch. Her forehead was creased in thought. "Richard, are you afraid of magic?" He thought carefully before answering. "I was always fascinated by it. It sounded exciting, but now I know there is magic to fear. But I would guess it's like people. Some you stay clear of, and some you are fortunate to know."
Kalen smiled, apparently satisfied with his answer. "Richard, before I can sleep, there is something I must tend to. It is a creature of magic. If you would not be afraid, I will let you see it. The opportunity is a rare one. Few have ever seen it, and few ever will. But you must promise me you will leave and take a walk when I ask, and not ask me any more questions when you return. I am very tired and must sleep." Richard smiled at the honor. "Promise." Opening her waist pouch once more, Kalen withdrew a small round bottle with a stopper. Blue and silver lines spiraled around the fat part. There was light inside. Her green eyes came to his. "The creature is a night wisp. Her name is Shar. A night wisp cannot be seen in the day, only at night. Shar is part of the magic that helped me cross the boundary. She was my guide. Without her, I would have been lost." Kalen's eyes filled with tears, but her voice remained steady and calm. "Tonight she dies. She can live no longer away from her home place and the others of her kind, and she does not have the strength to cross the boundary again. Shar has sacrificed her life to help me because if Darken Ral succeeds, all her kind, among others, will perish." Pulling the stopper free, Kalen placed the little bottle in the flat of her palm and held it out between them. A tiny flare of light lifted clear of the bottle, floating up into the cool, dim air of the wayward pine, giving everything a silvery cast. The light softened as the wisp came to a stop in the air between them, hovering. Richard was astonished. His mouth hung open as he watched, transfixed. "Good evening, Richard Cypher," it said in a tiny little voice. "Good evening to you, Shar." His own voice was not much more than a whisper. "Thank you for helping Kalen today. In so doing, you are also helping my kind. If you ever need the help of the night wisps, say my name and they will help you, for no enemy may know it." "Thank you, Shar. But the Midlands are the last place I would want to go. I'll help Kalen find the wizard, but then I must take us west and get us safely away from those who would kill us." The night wisp seemed to turn in the air for a time, considering. The silvery light felt warm and safe on his face. "If that is what you wish, then you must do so," Shar said. Richard felt relieved. The tiny point of light spun in the air before them again. Shar spun to a stop. "But know this, Darken Ral hunts you both. He will not rest. He will not stop. If you run, he will find you. There is no doubt of that. You have no defense against him. He will kill you both soon." Richard's mouth was so dry he could hardly swallow. At least the gar would have been quick, he thought, and then it would be over. "Shar, isn't there a way for us to escape?" The light spun again, making flashes on his face and the branches of the wayward pine. Shar stopped again. "If your back is to him, your eyes will not be. He will get you. He enjoys it." Richard stared. "But is there nothing we can do?" The tiny point of light spun again, coming closer to him this time before stopping.
better question, Richard Cypher. The answer you want is within yourself. You must seek it. You must seek it, or he will kill you both soon.
How soon? His voice turned harder. He couldn't help himself. The light backed away a little as it spun. He would not let this opportunity go without finding out at least something he could hold on to. The night wisp stopped.
The first day of winter, Richard Cypher, when the sun is in the sky. If Darkenral does not kill you before then, and if he is not stopped, then on the first day of winter, when the sun is in the sky, my kind will all die. You both will die. He will enjoy it.
Richard tried to decide the best way to question a spinning point of light. Shar, Kaylin is trying to save the others of your kind. I am trying to help her. You are giving your life to help her. If we fail, everyone dies. You just said so. Please, is there anything you can tell me to help us against Darkenral? The light spun and went in a little circle around the inside of the wayward pine, bringing light to the areas it went near. It stopped again in front of him.
Already told you the answer. It is in you. Seek it or die. Sorry, Richard Cypher. Want to help, don't know the answer. Just that it is in you. Sorry.
Richard nodded, running his fingers through his hair. He didn't know who was more frustrated, Shar or himself. Glancing over, he saw Kaylin sitting calmly, watching the night wisp. Shar spun and waited. All right. Can you tell me why he's trying to kill me? Is it because I helped Kaylin, or is there another reason? Shar came close.
Other reasons? Secrets?
What? Richard jumped to his feet. The night wisp followed him up.
Don't know why. Sorry, just that he will.
What's the wizard's name?
Good question, Richard Cypher. Sorry, don't know.
Richard sat back down and put his face in his hands. Shar spun, throwing off shafts of light, and flew in slow circles around his head. Somehow, he knew she was trying to comfort him, and that she was near her end. She was dying, and she was trying to comfort him. He tried to swallow back the lump in his throat so he could talk. Shar, thank you for helping Kaylin. My life, as short as it seems it will be, has already been made longer because she saved me from doing something foolish today. My life is also better for knowing her. Thank you for helping bring my friend safely through the boundary. His vision turned watery. The night wisp floated to him and touched against his forehead. Her voice seemed to be as much in his head as in his ears.
I am sorry, Richard Cypher. I do not know the answers that would save you. If I did, please believe I would give them eagerly. But I know the good in you. I believe in you. I do know that you have within you what you must to succeed. There will be times when you doubt yourself. Do not give up. Remember then that I believe in you, that I know you can accomplish what you must. You are a rare person, Richard Cypher. Believe in yourself and protect Kaylin.
He realized his eyes were closed. Tears were running down freely, and the lump in his throat kept catching his breath.
There are no Gars about. Please let me be alone with Kaylin now. My time comes.
Richard nodded. Goodbye, Shar. It has been my deep honor to have known you. He left without looking at either of them. After he was gone, the night wisp floated to Kaylin and addressed her properly.
Mother Confessor, my time passes soon. Why have you not told him what you are?
Kaylin's shoulders were slumped, and her hands nested in her lap as she stared into the fire. Shar, I cannot, not yet.
Confessor Kaylin, that is not fair. Richard Cypher is your friend.
Tears began rolling down her face. Don't you see? That is why I cannot tell him. If I tell him, he will no longer be my friend, will no longer care for me. You cannot know what it is like to be a confessor, to have everyone fear you. He looks into my eyes, Shar. Not many have ever dared that. No one could ever look into me the way he does. His eyes make me feel safe. He makes my heart smile.
Others might tell him before you do, Confessor Kalen. That would be worse.
She looked up at the Night Wisp, her eyes wet. I will tell him before that happens.
You play a dangerous game, Confessor Kalen,
Shar warned.
He could fall in love with you first. Then your telling would hurt him unforgivably.
I won't let that happen.
You will choose him?
No! The Night Wisp spun back at the sound of Kalen's shriek, then slowly came back by her face.
Confessor Kalen, you are the last of your kind. Darken Ral has killed all the others, even your sister Denis. You are the Mother Confessor. You must choose a mate.
I could not do that to someone I cared for. No confessor would, she sobbed.
Sorry, Mother Confessor. It is for you to choose.
Kalen pulled her legs up, wrapped her arms around them, and rested her forehead against her knees. Her shoulders heaved as she cried, her thick hair cascading down to encircle her. Shar flew slowly around her head, throwing off shafts of silvery light, comforting her companion. She continued to circle until Kalen's weeping slowed and finally stopped. When it did, Shar returned to hover in front of her.
Hard to be, Mother Confessor. Sorry.
Hard, Kalen agreed.
Much on your shoulders.
Much, Kalen agreed again. The Night Wisp landed lightly on the woman's shoulder and rested there quietly while Kalen watched the fire glow with small, slow flames. After a time, the Night Wisp rose from her shoulder and floated to a spot in the air in front of her.
Wish to stay with you more. Good times. Wish to stay with Richard Seifar. Asks good questions. But I cannot hold on longer. Sorry, I die.
You have my word, Shar, that I will give my own life if necessary to stop Darken Ral, to save your kind and the others.
I believe in you, Confessor Kalen. Help Richard.
Shar came closer.
Please, before I die, touch me.
Kalen pushed herself away from the wisp until her back was against the trunk of the tree. No, please, no, she implored, shaking her head. Don't ask me to do that. Her eyes filled with tears again. She put her trembling fingers to her lips, trying to hold back the crying. Shar came forward.
Please, Mother Confessor, I feel such pain of aloneness away from the others. I will never share their company again. It hurts so. I pass now. Please use your power. Touch me and let me drink in the sweet agony. Let me die with the taste of love. I have forfeited my life to help you. I have asked nothing else of you. Please.
Shar's light was growing dimmer, fainter. Kalen, crying, held her left hand over her mouth. At last, she reached out with her right hand until her trembling fingers touched the wisp. All about there was thunder, but no sound. The violent impact to the air jolted the wayward pine, causing a rain of dead needles, some flaring when they touched the fire. Shar's dim silvery color changed to a pink glow, growing in intensity. Shar's voice was faint.
Thank you, Kalen. Goodbye, my love.
The spark of light and life faded and was gone. After the thunder without sound, Richard waited for a time before he returned to her. Kalen sat with her arms around her legs and her chin resting on her knees as she stared into the fire. Shar, he asked. She is gone, came the answer in a distant voice. He nodded, and taking her arm, led her to the mat of dry grass and laid her down. She went without resistance or comment. He put the blanket over her and piled on some of the dry grass to help her keep warm through the night, then burrowed himself into it next to her. Kalen turned on her side, away from him, and pushed her shoulders back against him the way a child would put its back to a parent when peril approached. He sensed it, too. Something was coming for them. Something deadly. Already she was asleep. He knew he should feel cold, but he didn't. His hand throbbed. He felt warm. Richard lay there, thinking about the thunder without sound. He wondered what she would do to make the great wizard do what she wanted. The idea frightened him. Before he could worry more, he, too, was asleep. Chapter 6. By noon the next day, Richard knew the bite of the vine was bringing on a fever. He had no appetite. At times he was unbearably hot, sweat making his clothes stick to his skin, then he would shiver with chills. His head pounded in a way that made him sick to his stomach. There was nothing he could do about it except seek Zed's help, and since they were nearly there, he decided not to tell Kalin. Dreams had troubled his sleep. Whether from the fever or the things he had learned, he didn't know. What Shar had told him was the most disturbing. Seek the answer or die. The sky was thinly overcast, the cold gray light foretelling the coming of winter. Trees grown large and close held back the breeze and its chill, making the trail a quiet sanctuary filled with the aromatic fragrance of balsam fir, a refuge from winter's breath above. Crossing a small brook near a beaver pond, they came upon a patch of late wildflowers, their yellow and pale blue blossoms blanketing the ground in a sparsely wooded hollow. Kalin stopped to pick some. Finding a scoop-shaped piece of dead wood, she started arranging the flowers within the hollow of the wood. Richard thought she must be hungry. He found an apple tree he knew to be nearby and filled his pack half full while she bent to her task. It was always a good idea to bring food when going to see Zed. Richard finished before Kalin and waited, leaning against a log, wondering what she was doing. When she was satisfied with the arrangement, she lifted the hem of her dress and knelt beside the pond, floating the wood out onto the water. She sat back on her boots with her hands folded in her lap, watching for a time as the small raft of flowers drifted out onto the quiet water. When she turned and saw him leaning against the log, she stood and joined him. "An offering to the spirits of our two mothers," she explained, "to ask their protection and help in finding the wizard." Kalin looked to his face, and concern came over her features. "Richard, what's wrong?" He held out an apple. "Nothing. Here, eat this." She slapped his hand away, and in a blink had him by the throat with her other hand. Anger flared in her green eyes. "Why would you do this?" she demanded. Shock raced through his mind. He went rigid. Something told him not to move. "Don't you like apples?" "I'm sorry, I'll find you something else to eat." The fury in her eyes faltered, changing to doubt. "What did you call them?" "Apples," he said, still not moving. "Don't you know what apples are? They're good to eat, I promise. What did you think they were?" Her hand loosened its grip a little. "You eat these apples?" Richard kept himself still. "Yes, all the time." Embarrassment replacing her anger, she released his throat and put her fingers over her mouth. Her eyes were wide. "Richard, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you could eat these things. In the Midlands, any red fruit is deadly poison. I thought you meant to poison me." Richard laughed as the tension went out in a rush. Kalin laughed, too, while protesting that it wasn't funny. He took a bite to show her, then offered her another. This time she took it, but looked at it long and hard before taking a bite. These things are good to eat." Kalin's brow wrinkled. She put her hand on his forehead. "I thought there was something wrong. You are burning with fever." "I know, but there's nothing we can do until we get to Zed's. We're almost there." Continuing on page 64. Zed's squat house came into sight a short distance farther up the trail. A single plank from the sod-covered roof served as a ramp for his old cat, who was better at getting up than down. White lace curtains hung on the inside of the windows, flower boxes on the outside. The flowers had dried and wilted with the passing of the season. The log walls were dull gray with age, but a bright blue door greeted visitors. Other than the door, the whole place gave the appearance of hunkering into the grasses surrounding it, of trying to go unnoticed. The house wasn't large, but it did have a porch running the length of the front. Zed's reason chair was empty. The reason chair was where Zed sat and thought until he figured out the reason for whatever it was that had snagged his curiosity. He had once sat in the chair for 3 days straight, trying to figure out why people were always arguing over how many stars there were. He himself didn't care. He thought the question trivial, and he only wondered why people spent so much time debating the subject. At last he had stood and pronounced that it was because anyone could express his profound conviction on the subject without fear of being proven wrong, as it was impossible to know the answer. Such fools simply didn't have to worry about contradiction when proclaiming expertise. Having settled the matter, Zed then went in the house and ate in earnest for 3 solid hours. Richard called out but received no answer. He smiled at Kalin. "I bet I know where he is. Out back on his cloud rock, studying the latest batch of clouds." "Cloud rock?" Kalin asked. "It's his favorite place to stand and watch clouds. Don't ask me why. Ever since I've known him, whenever he sees an interesting cloud, he runs out back to watch it while standing on that rock." Richard had grown up with the rock, and didn't think the behavior peculiar. It was just part of the old man. The two of them walked through the tall wild grasses that surrounded the house and up a rise to the top of a small barren hill where the cloud rock sat. Zed was standing on the flat cloud rock with his arched back to them, his spindly arms outstretched, and his wavy white hair hanging away from his head as it tilted back in scrutiny. Zed was stark naked. Richard rolled his eyes. Kalin averted hers. Pale, leathery skin draped loosely over a collection of bony projections made him look as frail as a dry stick. Richard knew him to be anything but frail, though. His bottom lacked any padding whatsoever, leaving the skin there to droop. One scrawny finger rose, pointing skyward. "I knew you were coming, Richard." His voice was as thin as the rest of him. The pale, unadorned robes that were his only clothes lay in a heap behind him. Richard bent and picked them up while Kalin, smiling, turned around to avoid any further embarrassment. "Zed, we have company. Put on your clothes." "Do you know how I knew you were coming?" Still he did not move or turn. "I would say it has something to do with a cloud that has been following me for the last few days. Here, let me help get this on you." Zed spun around, arms flailing in excitement. "Days? Bags, Richard. That cloud has been following you for 3 weeks, ever since your father was killed. I haven't seen you since George's death. Where have you been? I've been looking all over for you. I can find a lost bug in a barn easier than I can find you when you get it in your head not to be found." "I've been busy. Hold your arms up so I can help you put this on." Richard shoved the robes over Zed's outstretched arms and helped pull the folds down the bony body while the old man shrugged his way into the outfit. "Busy? Too busy to look up once in a while? Bags, Richard, do you know where that cloud is from?" Zed's eyes were wide with concern as his forehead wrinkled above his raised brow. "Don't curse," Richard said. "And I would say the cloud is from Dahara." Zed's arms shot back into the air. "Dahara! Yes, very good, my boy. Tell me, what gave it away for you? Was it the texture, the density?" Zed was becoming even more excited as he wiggled around in his robe, dissatisfied with the way it twisted. "Neither. It's an assumption I make based on independent information. Zed, as I said before, we have company." Yes, I heard you the first time." He waved the matter away with his hand. "Independent information, you say?" He drew his forefinger and thumb down his smooth jaw. His hazel eyes lit up. "That's very good, too. Very good indeed. Did this information also tell you this is bad business?" "Well, yes, of course it did," he said, in answer to his own question. "Why are you sweating?" He put his twig-like fingers to Richard's forehead. "You have a fever," he pronounced. "Did you bring me anything to eat?" Richard already had an apple at hand. He knew Zed would be hungry. Zed was always hungry. The old man bit into the apple with a vengeance. "Zed, please listen to me. I'm in trouble and I need your help." Zed put his scrawny fingers on the top of Richard's head while he chewed, and with his thumb lifted an eyelid. Leaning forward, he thrust his sharply featured face close to Richard's and peered into his eye, then repeated the procedure on the other eye. "I always listen to you, Richard." He lifted Richard's arm by the wrist, feeling his pulse. "And I agree you are in trouble. In 3 hours, maybe 4, no more, you will be unconscious." Richard was taken aback. Kalin looked worried, too. Zed knew about fevers, among other things, and did not make precise pronouncements like this that ever proved in error. Richard's legs had felt weak since he awoke with chills, and he knew he was getting worse. Can you do anything to help?
Probably, but it depends on what caused it. Now, stop being rude and introduce me to your girlfriend.
Zed, this is my friend, Kaylin Amnell. The old man peered closely into his eyes.
Oh, was I wrong? She is not a girl, then?
Zed cackled. He smiled over the trick as he shuffled to Kaylin, bowed dramatically at the waist, lifted her hand only a little, kissed it lightly, and said,
Zedicus Zul Zorander, humbly at your whim, my dear young lady.
He straightened himself up to have a look at her face. When their eyes met, his smile evaporated, and his eyes went wide. His keen features transformed to anger. He released her hand as if he had discovered himself holding a poisonous snake. Zed spun to Richard.
What are you doing with this creature?
Kaylin was calm and impassive. Richard was aghast.
Zed, has she touched you?
Well, Richard was trying to remember the times she had touched him, when Zed cut him off again.
No, of course not. I can see she hasn't. Richard, do you know what she is?
He turned to her.
She's a...
Kaylin gave Zed a look of such cold danger that it froze him in place. Richard kept his voice calm but firmly. I know exactly what she is. She is my friend. A friend who yesterday saved me from getting killed as my father was, and again saved me from being killed by some beast called a gar. Kaylin's expression relaxed. The old man stared at her a little longer before turning to Richard. Zed, Kaylin is my friend. We are both in a lot of trouble and need to help each other. Zed stood in silence, searching Richard's eyes. He nodded.
Trouble indeed.
Zed, we need your help. Please? Kaylin came and stood next to him. We don't have much time. Zed didn't look inclined to be any part of it, but Richard went on anyway, watching Zed's eyes. Yesterday, after I found her, she was attacked by a quad. Another will come soon. He saw what he was looking for, a quick flash of hatred, softening into empathy. Zed looked to Kaylin as if seeing her for the first time. They faced each other for a long while. At the mention of the quad, the look on Kaylin's face became one of torment. Zed came forward and put his spindly arms around her protectively, holding her head to his shoulder. She reached around and embraced him gratefully, burying her face in his robes to conceal her tears.
It's all right, dear one. You are safe here, he said softly. Let's go down to the house, and you can tell me of this trouble, and then we must tend to Richard's fever.
She nodded against his shoulder. Kaylin parted from him. Zedicus Zul Zorander. I have never heard such a name. He smiled proudly, his thin lips pushing back his cheeks into deep wrinkles.
I'm sure you haven't, dear one. I'm sure you haven't. By the way, can you cook?
He put his arm around her shoulder, holding her tight as he started walking her down the hill.
I'm hungry and haven't had a suitably cooked meal in years.
He glanced back.
Come along, Richard, while you still can.
If you help Richard's fever, I will make you a big pot of spice soup, she offered.
Spice soup? Zed swooned. I haven't had a proper spice soup in years. Richard is lousy at making it.
Richard trudged behind, the emotional strain having taken much of his remaining strength. The casual way Zed was handling the fever scared him. He knew this was his old friend's way of trying not to frighten him about the seriousness of the matter. He could feel his pulse in his sore hand. Since Zed was from the Midlands, Richard had thought he would gain his compassion with the mention of the quad. Richard was relieved, if somewhat surprised, at how the two of them were suddenly so amiable. He reached up as he walked, touching his tooth for reassurance. He was, however, quite disturbed by what he now knew. Near a back corner of the house sat a table where Zed liked to take his meals in good weather. It afforded him the opportunity to keep an eye to the clouds while he ate. Zed sat them down together on a bench while he went inside and brought out carrots, berries, cheese, and apple juice, putting them on the wooden tabletop worn smooth with years of use, then sat himself on the bench opposite them. He gave Richard a mug of something brown and thick that smelled of almonds and told him to drink it slowly. His eyes came to Richard.
Tell me of the trouble.
Richard related how he was bitten by a vine, and told Zed about seeing the thing in the sky, seeing Kalin at Trunt Lake, and being followed by the 4 men. He told the whole story with every detail he could remember. He knew Zed liked to have every detail, no matter how unimportant. Occasionally, Richard stopped to take a sip from the mug. Kalin ate some carrots and berries and drank the apple juice, but she pushed away the plate with the cheese. She nodded or offered help when he couldn't remember a particular point. The only thing he left out was the story Kalin had told him of the history of the 3 lands and about Dark and Rall taking over the Midlands. He thought it better that she tell it in her own words. At the end, Zed made him go back to the beginning, wanting to know what Richard had been doing in the High Ven in the first place. When I went to my father's house after the murder, I looked in the message jar. It was about the only thing not broken. Inside was a piece of vine. For the last 3 weeks, I've been looking for the vine, trying to find out what my father's last message meant. And when I found it, well, that's the thing that bit me. He was glad to be finished. His tongue felt thick. Zed bit off a chunk of carrot while thinking.
What did the vine look like?
It was... Wait, I still have it in my pocket. He took out the sprig and plunked it down on the table.
Bags, Zed whispered. That's a snake vine.
Richard felt a shock of icy cold sweep through him. He knew the name from the secret book. He hoped against hope it did not mean what he feared it did. Zed sat back.
Well, the good part is now I know the root to use to cure the fever. The bad part is I have to find it.
Zed asked Kalin to tell her part, but to make it short, as there were things he must do and not much time. Richard thought about the story she had told in the Wayward Pine the night before, and wondered how she could possibly make it shorter. Darken Rall, son of Panis Rall, has put the 3 boxes of Orden in play, Kalin said simply. I have come in search of the great wizard. Richard was thunderstruck. From the secret book, the Book of Counted Shadows, the book his father had had him commit to memory before they destroyed it, the line jumped into his mind. And when the 3 boxes of Orden are put into play, the snake vine shall grow. Richard's worst nightmares, everyone's worst nightmares, were coming to pass. Chapter 7. Pain and dizziness from the fever made Richard only dimly aware that his head had sunk to the table. He groaned while his mind spun with the implications of what Kalin had told Zed, of the prophecy of the secret book of Counted Shadows come to life. Then Zed was at his side, lifting him, telling Kalin to help get him into the house. As he walked with their help, the ground slipped this way and that, making it difficult to catch it with his feet. Then they were laying him down on a bed, covering him up. He knew they were talking, but he couldn't make sense of the words, which slurred in his mind. Darkness sucked his mind in. Then there was light. He seemed to float back up, only to spiral down again. He wondered who he was and what was happening. Time passed as the room spun and rolled and tilted. He gripped the bed to keep from being flung off. Sometimes he knew where he was and tried desperately to hold on to what he knew, only to slip away again into blackness. He became aware again, realizing that time had passed, though he didn't have any idea how much. Was it dark? Maybe it was just that the curtains were pulled. Someone, he realized, was putting a cool, wet cloth on his forehead. His mother smoothed back his hair. Her touch felt comforting, soothing. He could almost make out her face. She was so good. She always took such good care of him. Until she died. He wanted to cry. She was dead. Still, she smoothed his hair. That couldn't be. It had to be someone else, but who? Then he remembered. It was Kalin. He spoke her name. Kalin was smoothing his hair. I am here. It came back to him, rushing back in a torrent. The murder of his father, the vine that bit him, Kalin, the 4 men on the cliff, his brother's speech, someone waiting for him at his house, the gar, the night wisp telling him to seek the answer or die, what Kalin said, that the 3 boxes of Orden were in play, and his secret, the Book of Counted Shadows. He remembered how his father had taken him to the secret place in the woods and had told him how he had saved the Book of Counted Shadows from the peril it was in from the beast that guarded it until its master could come. how he had brought it with him to Westland to keep it from those covetous hands, hands that the keeper of the book didn't know threatened. His father had told him how there was danger as long as the book existed, but he couldn't destroy the knowledge in it. He had no right. It belonged to the keeper of the book, and it must be kept safe until it could be returned. The only way to do that was to commit the book to memory and then burn it. Only in that way could the knowledge be preserved, but not stolen, as it otherwise surely would be. His father chose Richard. That it was to be Richard and not Michael was for reasons of his own. No one could know of the book, not even Michael. Only the keeper of the book. No one else. Only the keeper. He said Richard might never find the keeper, and in that case he was to pass the book on to his child, and then that child to his own, and so on for as long as was necessary. His father couldn't tell him who the keeper of the book was, as he didn't know. Richard asked how he was to know the keeper, but his father said only that he would have to find the answer himself and not to tell anyone ever except the keeper. His father told Richard he was not to tell his own brother, or even his best friend, Zed. Richard swore on his life. His father had never once looked in the book, only Richard. Day after day, week after week, with breaks only when he traveled, his father took him to the secret place deep in the woods where he sat and watched Richard reading the book over and over. Michael was usually off with his friends and had no interest in going into the woods even if he was at home, and it wasn't uncommon for Richard not to visit Zed when his father was home, so neither had reason to know of the frequent trips to the woods. Richard would write down what he memorized and check it against the book. Each time, his father burned the papers and had him do it again. His father apologized every day for the burden he was placing on Richard. He asked for forgiveness from his son at the end of every day in the woods. Richard never resented having to learn the book. He considered it an honor to be entrusted by his father. He wrote the book from beginning to end 100 times without error before he satisfied himself that he could never forget a single word. He knew by reading it that any word left out would spell disaster. When he assured his father that it was committed to memory, they put the book back in the hiding place in the rocks and left it for 3 years. After that time, when Richard was beyond his middle teens, they returned one fall day, and his father said if Richard could write the whole book without a single mistake, they could both be satisfied it was learned perfectly, and they would burn the book. Richard wrote without hesitation from beginning to end. It was perfect. Together they built a fire, stacking on more than enough wood until the heat drove them back. His father handed him the book and told him that if he was sure to throw the book into the fire. Richard held the book of counted shadows in the crook of his arm, running his fingers over the leather cover. He held his father's trust in his arms, held the trust of everyone in his arms, and he felt the weight of the burden. He gave the book to the fire. In that moment, he was no longer a child. The flames swirled around the book, embracing, caressing, consuming. Colors and forms spiraled up, and a roaring cry came forth. Strange beams of light shot skyward. Wind made their cloaks flap as the fire sucked leaves and twigs into itself, adding to the flames in heat. Phantoms appeared, spreading their arms as if being fed by the blaze, their voices racing away on the wind. The two of them stood as if turned to stone, unable to move, unable even to turn away from the sight. Searing heat turned to wind as cold as the deepest winter night, sending chills up their spines, taking their breath from them. Then the cold was gone, and the fire turned to a white light that consumed everything in its brightness, as if they were standing in the sun. Just as suddenly it was gone. In its place, silence. The fire was out. Wisps of smoke rose slowly from the blackened wood into the autumn air. The book was gone. Richard knew what he had seen. He had seen magic. Richard felt a hand resting on his shoulder and opened his eyes. It was Kaylin. In the firelight coming through the doorway, he could see she was sitting in a chair pulled close to his bed. Zed's big old coon cat was curled up sleeping in her lap. "Where's Zed?" he asked, sleepy-eyed.
"He has gone to find the root you need."
Her voice was soft and calming.
"It has been dark for hours now, but he said not to be concerned if it took him time to find the root. He said that you would go in and out of sleep, but would be safe until he returned."
He said the drink he gave you before would keep you safe until he is back. Richard realized for the first time that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Her hair was tumbled down around her face and shoulders, and he wanted very much to touch it, but didn't. It was enough to feel her hand on his shoulder, to know she was there, and that he was not alone. "How do you feel?" Her voice was so soft, so gentle, that he couldn't imagine why Zed had been afraid of her. "I would rather fight another quad than another snake vine." She smiled her special smile, her private smile of sharing something with him, as she wiped his brow with the cloth. He reached up and grabbed her wrist. She stopped and looked into his eyes. "Kaylin, Zed is my friend of many years. He is like a second father to me. Promise me you won't do anything to hurt him." I could not bear it. She looked at him reassuringly. "I like him, too, very much. He is a good man, just as you said. I have no desire to hurt him, only to seek his help in finding the wizard." He gripped her wrist tighter. "Promise me." "Richard, everything will be fine. He will help us." He remembered the fingers on his throat and the look in her eyes when she thought he was trying to poison her with an apple. "Promise me." "I have already made promises to others, some of whom have given their lives. I have responsibilities to the lives of others, many others." "Promise me." She put her other hand on the side of his face. "I am sorry, Richard, I cannot." He released her wrist, turned, and closed his eyes as she took her hand from his face. He thought about the book, all that it meant, and realized he was making a selfish request. Would he trick her to save Zed, only to have him die with them? Would he doom all the others to death or slavery just to see his friend live a couple more months? Could he condemn her to death, too, for nothing? He felt ashamed at his own stupidity. He had no right to ask her to make such a promise. It would be wrong for her to do so. He was glad she had not lied to him, but he knew that just because Zed had asked about the trouble they were in did not mean he would help with anything to do from across the boundary. "Kaylin, this fever is making me foolish. Please forgive me. I have never met another with your courage. I know you are trying to save us all. Zed will help us. I will see to it. Promise me only that you will wait until I am better. Give me the chance to convince him." She squeezed her hand on his shoulder. "That is a promise I can make. I know you care about your friend. I would despair if you didn't. That does not make you foolish. Rest now." He tried not to close his eyes, since when he did, everything started spinning uncontrollably. But talking had sapped his strength, and soon the blackness pulled him back in. His thoughts were once again sucked into the void. Sometimes he came partway back and wandered in troubled dreams. Sometimes he wandered in places empty even of illusion. The cat came awake, his ears perking up. Richard slept on. Sounds that only the cat could hear made him jump off Kaylin's lap, trot to the door, and sit on his haunches, waiting. Kaylin waited too, and since the cat didn't raise his fur, she stayed by Richard. A thin voice came from outside. "Cat? Cat, where have you gotten to?" "Well, you can just stay out here then." The door squeaked open. "There you are." The cat ran out the doorway. "Suit yourself," Zed called after him. "How is Richard?" he called to her. When he came into the room, Kaylin answered from the chair. "He came awake several times, but he is sleeping now. Did you find the root you need?" "I wouldn't be here otherwise. Did he have anything to say when he was awake?" Kaylin smiled up at the old man. "Just that he was worried about you." He turned and went back into the front room, grumbling. "Not without good reason." Sitting at the table, he peeled the roots, cut them into thin wafers, put the wafers into a pot with some water, and then hung the pot on the crane over the fire. He threw the peels and then 2 sticks of wood into the fire before going to the cupboard and pulling down a number of different-sized jars. Without hesitation, he selected first one jar, then another, pouring different-colored powders into a black stone mortar. With a white pestle, he ground the reds, blues, yellows, browns, and greens together until it was all the color of dry mud. After licking the end of his finger, he dipped it in the mortar to collect a sample. He put the finger to his tongue for a taste and lifted an eyebrow while he smacked his lips and pondered. At last he smiled and nodded in satisfaction. He poured the powder into the pot, blending it in with a spoon from a hook at the side of the fireplace. He stirred slowly while watching the concoction bubble. For nearly 2 hours he stirred and watched. When at last he determined that the work was done, he plunked the pot on the table to cool. Zed collected a bowl and cloth, and after a while called to Kalin to come help him. She came quickly to his side, and he instructed her how to hold the cloth over the bowl while he poured the mixture through. He spun his finger around in the air.
Now, twist the cloth around and around to squeeze the liquid out. When it's all out, throw the cloth and its contents in the fire.
She looked at him, puzzled. Zed lifted an eyebrow.
The part left in there is poison. Richard should be awake any time now. Then we give him the liquid in the bowl. You keep squeezing. I will check on him.
Zed went into the bedroom, bent over Richard, and found him to be deeply unconscious. He turned and saw that Kalin's back was to him as she worked at her task. He bent over, placing a middle finger to Richard's forehead. Richard's eyes snapped open.
Dear one,
Zed called into the other room.
We are in luck. He has just come awake. Bring the bowl.
Richard blinked.
Zed, are you all right? Is everything all right?
Yes, everything is fine.
Kalin came in holding the bowl carefully, trying not to spill any. Zed helped Richard sit up so he could drink. When he finished, Zed helped him to lie back down.
That will make you sleep and break the fever. The next time you awake, you will be well. You have my word. So worry no more as you rest.
Thank you, Zed. Richard was asleep before he could say more. Zed left and then returned with a tin plate, insisting that Kalin take the chair.
The thorn will not be able to stand the root, he explained. It will have to leave his body.
He put the plate under Richard's hand and sat down on the edge of the bed to wait. They both listened to Richard's deep breathing and the crackling of the fire from the other room. Otherwise, the house was still. It was Zed who broke the silence first.
It is dangerous for a confessor to travel alone, dear one. Where is your wizard?
She looked up at him with tired eyes.
My wizard sold his services to a queen.
Zed gave a disapproving scowl.
He abandoned his responsibilities to the confessors? What is his name?
Giller.
Giller.
He repeated the name with a sour expression, then leaned toward her a bit.
So why did another not come with you?
She gave him a hard look.
Because they are all dead at their own hands. Before they died, they all gathered and cast a web to see me safely through the boundary with the guidance of a night wisp.
Zed stood at this news. Sadness and concern etched his face as he rubbed his chin.
You knew the wizards? She asked.
Yes. I lived in the Midlands a long time.
And the Great One? You know him also?
Zed smiled, rearranged his robes, and seated himself again.
You are persistent, dear one. Yes, I knew the old wizard once, but even if you could find him, I don't think he would have anything to do with this business. He would not be inclined to help the Midlands.
Kalin leaned forward, taking his hand in hers. Her voice was soft but intense.
Zed, there are many people who disapprove of the High Council of the Midlands and its greed. They wish it were not so, but they are just common people who have no say. They only wish to live their lives in peace. Darken Ral has taken the food that was stored for the coming winter and given it to the army. They waste it, or let it rot, or sell it back to the people they stole it from. Already there is hunger. This winter there will be death. Fire has been outlawed. People are cold. Ral says it is all the great wizard's fault for not coming forward to be put on trial as an enemy of the people. He says the wizard has brought this on them, that he is to blame. He doesn't explain how this could be, but many believe it anyway. Many believe everything Ral says, even though what they see with their own eyes should be enough to tell them otherwise. The wizards were under constant threat, and forbidden by edict from using magic. They knew that sooner or later they would be used against the people.
They may have made mistakes in the past and disappointed their teacher, but the most important thing they were taught was to be protectors of the people and in no way to bring them harm. As their most loving act for the people, they gave their lives to stop Dark and Rahl. I think their teacher would have been proud. But this is not about just the Midlands. The boundary between Dahara and the Midlands is down. The boundary between the Midlands and Westland is failing, and soon it too will be down. The people of Westland will be taken by the very thing they fear most, magic. Terrible, frightening magic, like none they have ever imagined. Zed showed no emotion, offered no objection or opinion, only listened. He continued to allow her to hold his hands. All I have said, the great wizard could have an argument for, but the fact that Dark and Rahl has put the 3 boxes of Orden into play is something altogether different. If he succeeds, then on the first day of winter it will be too late for anyone. That includes the wizard. Rahl already searches for him. It is personal vengeance he seeks. Many have died because they could not offer his name. When Rahl opens the correct box, though, he will have unchallenged power over all living things, and then the wizard will be his. He can hide in Westland all he wants, but come the first day of winter, his hiding is over. Dark and Rahl will have him. There was bitterness in her expression. Zed, Dark and Rahl has used quads to kill all the other confessors. I found my sister after they were finished with her. She died in my arms. With all the others dead, that leaves only me. The wizards knew their teacher did not want to help, so they sent me as the last hope. If he is too foolish to see that in helping us he helps himself, then I must use my power against him to make him help. Zed raised an eyebrow.
And what is one dried-up old wizard to do against the power of this Dark and Rahl?
He was now holding her hands in his. He must appoint a seeker.
What?
Zed jumped to his feet.
Dear one, you don't know what you are talking about.
Confused, Kaelin leaned back a little. What do you mean?
Seekers appoint themselves. The wizard just sort of recognizes what has happened and makes it official.
I don't understand. I thought the wizard picked the person, the right person. Zed sat back down, rubbing his chin.
Well, that's true in a sense, but backwards. A true seeker, one who can make a difference, must show himself to be a seeker. The wizard doesn't point to someone and say, "Here is the sword of truth, you will be the seeker." He doesn't really have a choice in the matter. It isn't something you can train someone for. One should simply be a seeker and show himself to be so by his actions. A wizard must watch a person for years to be sure. A seeker doesn't have to be the smartest person, but he has to be the right person. He has to have the right qualities within himself. A true seeker is a rare person. The seeker is a balance point of power. The council made the appointment a political bone to be thrown to one of the sniveling dogs at their feet. It was a sought-after post because of the power a seeker wields. But the council didn't understand. It wasn't the post that brought the power to the person. It was the person that brought the power to the post.
He edged closer to her.
Kaelin, you were born after the council took this power upon itself, so you may have seen a seeker when you were young. But in those days they were pretend seekers. You have never seen the real thing.
His eyes got round in the telling, his voice low and full of passion.
I have seen a true seeker make a king quake in his boots with the asking of a single question. When a real seeker draws the sword of truth,
he held his hands up and rolled his eyes in delight.
Righteous anger can be an extraordinary thing to behold.
Kaelin smiled at his excitement.
It can make the good tremble with joy, and the wicked shiver in fear.
The smile left his face.
But people rarely believe the truth when they see it, and less so when they don't want to. And that makes the position of seeker a dangerous one. He is an obstacle to those who would subvert power. He draws lightning from many sides. Most often he stands alone, and frequently not long.
I know the feeling well, she said, with only the hint of a smile.
Zed leaned closer.
Against Darken Ral, I doubt even a true seeker would last long. And then what?
She took up his hands again. Zed, we must try. It is our only chance. If we don't take it, we have none. He sat up, pulling away from her.
Any person the wizard picks would not know the Midlands. He would have no chance there. It would be a sentence of quick death.
That is the other reason I was sent, to be his guide, and stand with him to offer my life, if need be, to help protect him. Confessors spend their life traveling the lands. I have been almost everywhere in the Midlands. A confessor is trained from birth in languages. She has to be, because she never knows where she will be called. I speak every major language, and most of the minor ones. And as far as drawing lightning, a confessor draws her fair share. If we were easy to kill, Ral would not need to send quads to get the job done. And many of them have died in the doing. I can help protect the Seeker, if need be, with my own life.
What you propose not only would put someone's life at terrible risk, as Seeker, dear one, but yours also.
She raised an eyebrow. I am hunted now. If you have a better way, put words to it. Before Zed could answer, Richard moaned. The old man looked over at him and then rose.
It is time.
Kaelin stood up next to him as he lifted Richard's arm by the wrist, holding the wounded hand over the tin plate. Blood dripped onto the plate with soft, hollow sounds. The thorn fell out with a small, wet splash. Kaelin reached for it. Zed grabbed her wrist.
Don't do that, dear one. Now that it has been expelled from its host, it will be anxious to have a new one. Watch.
She took her hand back as he put his bony finger on the plate several inches from the thorn.
It wiggled its way toward the finger, leaving a thin trail of blood. He took his finger away and handed her the plate.
Hold it from underneath and take it to the hearth. Put it on the fire face down and leave it there.
While she did as Zed requested, he cleaned the wound and applied a salve.
When Kaelin returned, he held Richard's hand while she wrapped it. Zed watched her hands as she worked.
Why have you not told him what you are, that you are a confessor?
There was a hard edge to his voice. Hers came back in kind. Because of the way you reacted when you recognized me as a confessor. She paused, and the harshness left her voice. Somehow we have become friends. I am inexperienced in that, but I am very experienced at being a confessor. I have seen reactions like yours all my life. When I leave with the Seeker, I will tell him. Until then, I would very much like to have his friendship. Is that too much to ask, to be allowed the simple human pleasure of a friend? The friendship will end soon enough when I tell him. When she finished, Zed put a finger under her chin, raising her face to his gentle smile.
When I first saw you, I reacted foolishly, mostly to the surprise of seeing a confessor. I had not expected ever to see one again. I quit the Midlands to be free of the magic. You were an intrusion into my solitude. I apologize for my reaction and for making you feel unwelcome. I hope I have made it up to you. I am one who has respect for the confessors, perhaps more than you will ever know. You are a good woman, and you are welcome in my house.
Kaelin looked into his eyes a long moment. Thank you, Zedicus Zulzarander. Zed's expression turned more dangerous than hers had when they had first met. She stood frozen with his fingers still under her chin, afraid to move, her eyes wide.
Know this, though, Mother Confessor.
His voice was only one step above a whisper, and deadly.
This boy has been my friend a good long time. If you touch him with your power, or if you choose him, you will answer to me, and you would not like that. Do you understand?
She swallowed hard and managed to give a weak nod. Yes.
Good.
The danger left his face, leaving calm again in its place. He removed his finger from under her chin and began to turn to Richard. Kaelin let her breath out, and, not willing to be intimidated, grabbed his arm, turning him back to her. Zed, I would not do that to him. Not because of what you said, but because I care for him. I want you to understand that. They faced off a long while, each measuring the other. Zed's impish smile returned as disarming as ever.
If offered a choice, dear one, that is the way I would prefer it.
She relaxed, satisfied at having made her point, and gave him a quick hug that was returned earnestly.
There is one thing you have left unspoken. You have not asked for my help in finding the wizard.
No, and for now I won't. Richard fears what I would do if you were to say no. I promised I would not ask until he has a chance to ask you first. I gave him my word. Zed put a bony finger to his chin.
How interesting.
He laid his hand on her shoulder conspiratorially and changed the subject.
You know, dear one, you might make a good seeker yourself.
Me? A woman can be seeker? He lifted an eyebrow.
Of course, some of the best seekers have been women.
I already have an impossible job, she frowned. I don't need to. Zed chuckled, his eyes sparkling.
Perhaps you are right. Now it's very late, dear one. Go to my bed in the next room and get yourself some needed sleep. I will sit with Richard.
No. She shook her head and plopped down in the chair. I don't want to leave him for now. Zed shrugged.
As you wish.
He walked behind her and patted her shoulder reassuringly.
As you wish.
He gently reached up and put a middle finger to each of her temples, rubbing in little circles. She moaned softly as her eyes closed.
Sleep, dear one, he whispered. Sleep.
She folded her arms down onto the edge of the bed, and her head sank onto her arms. She was deeply asleep. After he put a blanket over her, Zed went to the front room and pulled open the door, looking out into the night.
Cat, come here, I want you.
The cat came running in and rubbed himself against Zed's legs, swishing his tail up. Zed bent down and scratched him behind the ears.
Go in and sleep on the young woman's lap. Keep her warm.
The cat padded off to the bedroom as the old man stepped out into the cold night air. The wind whipped Zed's robes as he walked the narrow path through the tall grass. The clouds were thin, illuminated by the moon, which gave enough light to see by, even though he didn't need it. He had walked the same route thousands of times.
Nothing is ever easy, he muttered as he went.
Near a stand of trees, he stopped, listening. Slowly he turned about, peering into the shadows, watching the branches bend and sway in the breeze, testing the air with his nose. He searched for an alien movement. A fly bit his neck. He swatted it angrily, picked the offender off his neck, and glared at it.
Blood fly. Bags. I thought as much, he complained.
From the brush nearby, something came toward him in a terrible rush. Wings and fur and teeth came charging. Hands on his hips, Zed waited. Just before it was on him, he held up a hand, bringing the short-tailed gar to a lurching halt. It was half again as tall as he, full-grown, and twice as fierce as a long-tailed gar. The beast growled and blinked, its great muscles flexing as it fought against the force that kept it from reaching out and grabbing the old man. It was furious that it had not yet killed him. Zed reached up and with a crooked finger beckoned it to lean closer. The gar, panting in rage, bent toward him. Zed jammed his finger hard under its chin.
What is your name? He hissed.
The beast grunted twice and made a sound from deep in its throat. Zed gave a nod.
I will remember it. Tell me, do you wish to live or to die?
The gar struggled to back away, but was unable to.
Good. Then you will do exactly as I say. Somewhere between here and Dahara, a quad comes this way. Hunt them and kill them. When you have done so, go back to Dahara to where you came from. Do these things and I will let you live. But I will remember your name, and if you fail to kill the quad or ever come back after your task is done, I will kill you and feed you to your flies. Do you agree to my terms?
The gar grunted at acknowledgement.
Good. Then be gone.
Zed removed his finger from under the gar's chin. Scrambling to get away, the beast flapped its wings frantically, beating down the grass as it stumbled along. At last, the gar was airborne. Zed watched it as it circled, searching for the quad. As the hunt moved steadily east, the circles seemed to get smaller until the old man could no longer see the beast.
Only then did he continue on to the top of the hill. Standing next to his cloud rock, Zed pointed down at it and began turning his bony finger in a circle as if stirring a stew. The massive rock grated against the ground as it tried to revolve with the movement of Zed's finger. The rock shuddered, trying to rotate its own weight. Popping and snapping, it fractured, sending hairline cracks shooting across its surface. Its trembling bulk struggled against the force being applied. The granular structure of the stone began to soften. Unable to maintain its state any longer, the texture of the rock liquefied enough to allow its mass to rotate with the movement of the finger above it. Gradually, the speed of Zed's stirring increased until light erupted from the rotating liquid rock. The light built in intensity with the speed of Zed's hand. As colors and sparkles of light spun, shadows and forms came into the center of the light and vanished as the fog of brightness increased. Light threatened to ignite the air about him. A dull roar, like the sound of wind rushing through a fissure, came forth. The smells of autumn changed to winter clarity. Then spring's new plowed ground, summer's flowers, and back to autumn again. Clean, pure illumination chased the colors and sparkles away. The rock abruptly solidified, and Zed stepped atop it into the light. The brightness faded to a faint glow that swirled like smoke. Before him stood two apparitions, mere shadows of form. Where sharpness should have been, their shapes softened like a dim memory. Yet they were still recognizable, and the sight of them brought a quickness to Zed's heart. His mother's voice came hollow and distant.
What troubles you, son? Why have you called us after so many years?
Her arms stretched out to him. Zed's arms reached out, but could not touch her.
I am troubled by what the Mother Confessor tells me.
She speaks the truth.
He closed his eyes and nodded as his arms lowered with hers.
It's true, then. All my students, save Giller, are dead.
You are the only one left to protect the Mother Confessor.
She drifted closer.
You must appoint the Seeker.
The High Council sowed these seeds, he protested, frowning. Now you want me to help? They turned my advice away. Let them live and die by their own greed.
Zed's father floated closer.
My son, why were you angry with your students?
Zed scowled.
Because they put themselves before their duty to help their people.
I see. And how is this different from what you do now?
The echo of his voice hung in the air. Zed's fists tightened.
My help was offered, but turned away.
And when has it not been so, that there would be those who were blind or foolish or greedy? Would you let them have their way over you so easily? Would you let them so simply prevent you from helping those who would be helped? Your abandonment of the people may have a reason that seems just to you, unlike the actions of your students. But the results are the same. In the end, they saw their mistake and did the right things, the things you taught them. Learn from your students, son. Zedicus, his mother said, would you let Richard die too, and all the other innocents? Appoint the Seeker?
He's too young.
She shook her head with a gentle smile.
He will not get the chance to grow older.
He has not passed my final test.
Darken Rahl hunts Richard. The cloud that shadows him was sent by Rahl to track him. The snake vine was put in the jar by Darken Rahl in the expectation that Richard would search for it and it would bite him. The snake vine wasn't meant to kill. Rahl sought to have him put to sleep by the fever until he could come for him.
Her form drifted closer, her voice becoming more loving.
You know in your heart you have been watching him, hoping he would show himself to be the one.
To what avail?
Zed closed his eyes, his chin sinking to his chest.
Darken Rahl has the 3 boxes of Orden.
No, his father said. He has only 2. He still seeks the 3rd.
Zed's eyes snapped open. His head jerked up.
What? He doesn't have them all?
No, his mother said. But he soon will.
And the book. Surely he must have the Book of Counted Shadows?
No, he searches for it.
Zed put a finger to his chin, thinking.
Then there's a chance. he whispered. What sort of fool would put the boxes of Orden in play before he had all three and the book?
His mother's features sharpened into a look of ice.
A very dangerous one. He travels the underworld.
Zed stiffened, and his breath caught in his throat. His mother's eyes seemed to pierce him.
That is how he was able to cross the boundary and recover the first box, by traveling the underworld. That is how he was able to begin the undoing of the boundary from within the underworld. He commands some in it, more with his every coming. If you choose to help, be warned. Do not go through the boundary or send the seeker through. Raal expects it. If you enter, he will have you. The mother confessor came through only because he did not expect it. He will not make the same mistake again.
But then how am I to get us to the Midlands? I can't help if I can't get to the Midlands.
Zed's voice was tense with frustration.
We're sorry, but we don't know. We believe there must be a way, but it is not known to us. That is why you must appoint the seeker. If he is the right one, he will find a way.
Their forms began to shimmer, to fade.
Wait, I must have the answers to my questions. Please, don't leave me.
We're sorry, it is not our choice. We are called back behind the veil.
Why is Raal after Richard? Please help me.
His father's voice was weak and distant.
We don't know. You must search for the answers yourself. We have trained you well. You are more talented than we ever were. Use what you were taught and what you feel. We love you, son. Until this is settled one way or the other, we cannot come to you again. With Orden in play, coming again could tear the veil.
His mother kissed her hand and held it out to him as he did the same in return. And then they were gone. Zedicus Zul Zorander, the great and honorable wizard, stood alone on the wizard's rock his father had given him and stared out into the night, thinking wizard's thoughts.
Nothing is ever easy, he whispered.
Chapter 8. Richard came awake with a start. Warm midday light filled the room, and the wonderful tangy aroma of spice soup filled his lungs. He was in his room at Zed's house. He looked up at the familiar knots in the wood walls, and the faces he always made them into in his mind stared back. The door to the front room stood shut. A chair waited next to the bed, empty. He sat up, pushing the covers down, and saw that he still wore his dirty clothes. He felt for the tooth under his shirt and sighed in relief when he found it still there, safe. A short stick held the window open a few inches, letting in fresh air and the sound of Kalen's laughter. Zed must be telling stories, he thought. Richard looked at his left hand. It was wrapped, but no longer sore when he flexed his fingers. His head didn't hurt any more either. In fact, he felt wonderful. Hungry, but wonderful. He amended that to dirty and filthy clothes and hungry, but wonderful. A tub of bathwater, soap, and clean towels sat in the center of the small room. A clean outfit of his forest garb was folded and stacked neatly on the chair. The bathwater looked deliciously inviting. He dipped his hand in and found the water warm. Zed must have known when he would wake. Knowing Zed as well as he did, that didn't surprise him. Richard undressed and slipped into the welcoming water. The soap smelled almost as good to him as the soup. He liked to stay in the tub for a good long soak, but he felt too wide awake for soaking and was eager to be outside with the other two. Unwrapping the hand, he was surprised to find how much it had healed overnight. When he came out, Kalen and Zed were sitting at the table waiting for him. Kalen's dress was freshly washed, he noticed, and she looked bathed, too. Her hair was clean and glistened in the sunlight. Green eyes sparkled up at him. A big bowl of soup waited for him next to her at the table, along with cheese and fresh bread. "I wouldn't have expected to have slept until noon," he said, swinging his leg over the bench. They both laughed. Richard eyed them suspiciously. Kalen straightened her face. "This is the second noon you have slept to, Richard."
"Yes," Zed added. "You slept right through the first. How do you feel? How is your hand?"
"I'm fine. Thank you, Zed, for helping me. Thank you both." He opened and closed his fingers to show them the improvement. "The hand feels much better, except it itches."
My mother always said that if it itched, that meant it was getting better.
Richard grinned at her. Mine, too. He fished a piece of potato and a mushroom into his spoon and tasted it. It's as good as mine, he said to her earnestly. She sat crosswise on the bench, facing toward him, her elbow resting on the table with the side of her jaw nestled in the heel of her hand. She gave him a knowing smile. Zed tells it differently. Richard cast a reproachful eye at Zed, who looked up at the sky in an exaggerated manner. Does he now? I will have to remind him of that the next time he is begging me to make it for him. Frankly, she said in a low voice, but not low enough that Zed couldn't hear. From what I've seen, I think he would eat dirt if someone else dished it up for him. Richard laughed. I see you've gotten to know him well.
I tell you, Richard, the old man said, pointing a bony finger, not about to let them get the best of him. She could make dirt taste good. You would do well to take lessons from her.
Richard broke off a piece of bread and dunked it in the soup. He knew the joking was a release for the tension he sensed, a way to pass the time while they both waited for him to finish. Kaylin had given Richard her word that she would wait for him to ask Zed's help. It was apparent that she had kept her word. And Zed's way was to play ignorant and innocent and wait for you to ask something first so he could better judge what you already knew. This day, Richard could not allow any of his games. This day, things were different.
There is one thing I don't trust about her, though.
Zed's tone was dark, menacing. Richard froze in mid-chew. He swallowed and waited, not daring to look at either of them, while the other paused.
She doesn't like cheese. I don't think I could ever trust anyone who doesn't like cheese. It's not natural.
Richard relaxed. Zed was just twiddling with his mind, as he always called it. His old friend seemed to have a knack for catching him off guard, and he delighted in it. Richard stole a glance at Zed to see him sitting there with an innocent smile on his face. Richard smiled, too, in spite of himself. While he relished the bowl of soup, Zed nibbled on a piece of cheese to make his point. Kaylin nibbled on a piece of bread to make hers. The bread tasted delicious. Kaylin was pleased when he pointed it out. As Richard neared the end of his meal, he decided it was time to change the tone of things back to business. The next quad, has there been any sign? No. I was worried, but Zed did a cloud reading for me and said it appeared they must have run into trouble of some kind, since they were nowhere to be found. He gave Zed a sideways glance. Is that true?
True as toasted toads.
Zed had used the expression since Richard was young, to win him over with humor and let him know he could always trust the old man to be truthful with him above all else. Richard wondered what sort of trouble a quad could run into. For better or worse, he had succeeded in changing the mood at the table. He felt Kaylin's impatience for him to get on with it, and he sensed impatience in Zed, too. Kaylin turned back to the table and put both hands in her lap, waiting. Richard feared that if he didn't handle things properly, she would do whatever it was she was here to do, and he would have no control over it. Richard finished his meal and pushed the bowl away with his thumbs, at the same time meeting Zed's eyes. His friend's humor was gone, but otherwise he showed nothing of what he was thinking. He simply waited. It was Richard's turn now, and once he began, there could be no going back. Zed, my friend, we need your help to stop Dark and Rawl.
I know. You want me to find the wizard for you?
No, that won't be necessary. I have already found him. Richard felt Kaylin's questioning eyes on him, but he continued to fix his gaze on Zed. You are the great wizard. Kaylin began to rise from the bench. Without taking his eyes from Zed, Richard reached under the table and clutched her forearm, forcing her to sit back down. Still, Zed showed no emotion. His voice came even and soft.
And what makes you think this, Richard?
Richard took a deep breath, letting it out slowly as he put his hands on the table, intertwining his fingers. He watched his hands as he spoke. When Kaylin first told me about the history of the three lands, she said the council had taken actions that made the death of the wizard's wife and daughter at the hands of a quad stand for nothing. And as punishment, the wizard did the worst thing possible to them. He left them to suffer the consequences of their own actions. That sounded like the very thing you would do, but I couldn't be sure then. I had to find a way to know. When you first saw Kaylin and were angry that she had come here from the Midlands, I told you she had been attacked by a quad. I watched your eyes. They told me I was right. Only someone who had suffered a loss like yours would have had that look in his eyes. And you changed your attitude toward her after I told you, completely. Only someone who had known the terror personally would have that kind of empathy. But still, I didn't trust my instinct. I waited. He looked up at Zed and held the other's gaze while he spoke. Your biggest mistake was when you told Kaylin she was safe here. You would not lie, especially about something like that. And you know what a quad is. How could an old man make it safe here against a quad without magic? He couldn't, but one old wizard could. The next quad is nowhere to be found. You said so yourself. They ran into some trouble. I think they ran into some wizard trouble. You were as good as your word. You always are. Richard's voice turned gentler. I have always known in 1,000 little ways that you were more than you claimed to be, that you were a special person. I have always been honored to have you as my friend, and I know that as my friend you would do anything you must, to help me if my life were in danger, just as I would do anything for you. I trust you with my life, and it is now in your hands. Richard hated closing the trap in this fashion, but all their lives were at risk. There could be no games. Zed put his hands on the table and leaned forward.
I have never before been this proud of you, Richard.
His eyes told that he meant it.
You got it all right.
He stood and came around the table. When Richard stood, they hugged.
I have also never been this sad for you.
Zed held Richard in a tight embrace for a moment longer.
Sit. I will be right back. I have something for you. Both of you sit and wait a moment.
Zed cleared the table. Then, holding the plates in the crook of his arm, he strode to the house. Kaylin looked worried as she watched him go. Richard had thought that she would be happy to have found the wizard, but now she looked more frightened than anything else. Things were going differently from what he had expected. When Zed reappeared, he was carrying something long. Kaylin came to her feet. Richard realized Zed's fist clutched the scabbard of a sword. Kaylin put herself in front of him before he reached the table, grabbing fistfuls of his robes. "Don't do this, Zed." Her voice was desperate.
It is not my choice.
"Zed, please, no. Choose someone else, not Richard." Zed cut her off.
Kaylin, I warned you about this. I told you, he picks himself. If I choose someone other than the true one, we all die. If you have a better way, put words to it.
He swept her aside, came to the side of the table opposite Richard, and slammed the sword down in front of him. Richard jumped. He looked from the sword up into Zed's fierce eyes as the other leaned over the table.
This belongs to you,
the wizard said. Kaylin turned her back to them. Richard's gaze fell upon the sword. The silver scabbard gleamed with gold flourishes that embellished it in sweeps and waves. Steel crossguards swept out and down aggressively. Finely twisted silver wire covered the grip, and interwoven along the side of the braided silver, gold wire formed the word truth. This, Richard thought, was the sword of a king. It was the finest weapon he had ever seen. Slowly, he rose to his feet. Zed picked up the scabbard by the point and held the hilt of the sword to Richard.
Draw it.
As if in a trance, Richard closed his fingers around the hilt and pulled the sword free, the blade making a ringing metallic sound that hung in the air. Richard had never heard a sword make a sound quite like it. His hand closed tightly around the grip, and in his palm and on his fingers opposite, he could feel the bumps of the gold wire that spelled out the word truth on each side of the hilt, pressing almost painfully into his flesh. Inexplicably, it felt precisely correct. The weight fit him exactly. He felt as if a part of him was now complete. From deep within, he felt his anger stir, brought to life, searching direction. He was suddenly aware of the tooth against his chest. As his rage rose, he felt an awakening power rushing into him from the sword, the twin to his own anger. His own feelings had always seemed independent, whole. This was like having an image in a mirror come to life. It was a terrifying specter. His anger fed on the force from the sword, and in return the wrath from the sword fed on his anger. Together the twin storms spiraled through him. He felt like a helpless bystander being dragged along. It was a frightening and at the same time seductive sensation that bordered on violation. Fearful perceptions of his own anger twisted with tantalizing promise. The bewitching emotions rushed headlong through him, seizing his anger, soaring with it. Richard struggled to control the rage. He was on the brink of panic, on the brink of abandon. Zedicus Zulzarander threw his head back and spread his arms. To the sky he called out,
"Fair warning to those living and those dead. The Seeker is named."
Thunder from the blue sky shook the ground and rolled off toward the boundary. Kaelin fell to her knees in front of Richard, head bowed, hands held behind her back. "I pledge my life in the defense of the Seeker." Zed knelt beside her, his head bowed.
"I pledge my life in the defense of the Seeker."
Richard stood, gripping the sword of truth in his hand, eyes wide in breathless bewilderment.
"Zed," he whispered, "what in the name of everything good is a Seeker?"
Chapter 9. With the aid of a hand to his knee, Zed rose to his feet, rearranged his robes around his bony body, and held his hand out to Kaelin, who was staring at the ground. Noticing the hand, she took it, coming to her feet as well. Her face bore a distressed expression. Zed considered her for a moment, and she nodded that she was all right. Zed turned to Richard.
"What is a Seeker? A wise first question in your new capacity, but not one swiftly answered."
Richard gazed down at the gleaming sword in his hand, not at all sure he wanted anything to do with it. He slid it back into its scabbard, glad to be free of the feelings it invoked, and held it in both hands before him. "Zed, I've never seen this before. Where have you kept it?" Zed smiled proudly.
"In the cabinet, in the house."
Richard eyed him skeptically. "There's nothing in the cabinet but dishes and pans and your powders."
"Not that cabinet," he said,
lowering his voice as if to thwart anyone who might be listening.
"In my wizard's cabinet."
Richard straightened with a frown. "I've never seen any other cabinet."
"Bags, Richard, you're not supposed to see it. It's a wizard's cabinet. It's invisible."
Richard felt more than a little stupid. "And how long have you had this?"
"Oh, I don't know. Maybe a dozen years or so."
Zed swept his slender hand in the air as if trying to brush the question away. "And how did you come to have it?" Zed's tone hardened.
"The naming of the Seeker is a wizard's task. The High Council wrongly took it upon itself to name the person. They didn't care anything about finding the right person. They gave the post to whoever suited them at the time, or whoever offered the most. The sword belongs to the Seeker as long as he is alive or as long as he chooses to be Seeker. In between, while a new Seeker is sought, the sword of truth belongs to the wizards. Or more precisely, it belongs to me, as naming Seekers is my responsibility. The last fellow who had it became..."
His eyes turned up, as if searching the sky for the right word.
"Entangled with a witch woman. So while he was distracted, I went into the Midlands and retrieved what is mine. Now it is yours."
Richard felt himself being drawn into something not of his own choosing. He looked to Kaelin. She seemed to have shed her anguish and was unreadable again. "This is what you came here for? This is what you wanted the wizard to do?" "Richard, I wanted the wizard to name a Seeker. I did not know it would be you." He was beginning to feel trapped as he looked from one to the other. "You two think I can somehow save us. That's what you both are thinking. That somehow I'm to stop Dark and Rawl. A wizard can't do it, but I'm to try?" Terror rose with his heart into his throat. Zed came and put a reassuring arm around his shoulder.
"Richard, look up in the sky. Tell me what you see."
Richard looked and saw the snake-like cloud. He didn't need to answer the question. Zed pressed his strong, bony fingers into Richard's flesh.
"Come, sit, and I will tell you what you need to know. Then you decide for yourself what it is you will do. Come."
He put his other arm around Kaelin's shoulder and guided them both to the bench at the table. He went to his place opposite them and sat. Richard laid the sword on the table between them to signify that the matter was yet to be decided. Zed pushed his sleeves up his arms a little.
"There is a magic," he began. "An ancient and dangerous magic of immense power. It's a magic spawned from the earth, from life itself. It is held in 3 vessels called the 3 boxes of Orden. the magic is dormant until the boxes are put into play, as it is called. To do so is not easy. It requires a person who has knowledge gained from long scholarship and who can call upon considerable power of his own. Once a person has at least one of the boxes, the magic of Orden can be put in play. He then has 1 year from that time to open a box, but he must have all 3 before any will open. They work together. You can't simply have one and open it. If the person who puts them in play fails to acquire all 3 and to open one within the allotted time, he forfeits his life to the magic. There is no going back. Darken Rall must open one of the boxes or die. On the first day of winter, his year is up.
Zed's face was tight with hard wrinkles and determination. He leaned forward a little.
Each box holds a different power, which is released upon its opening. If Rall opens the correct one, he gains the magic of Orden, the magic of life itself. Power over all things living and dead. He will have unchallenged power and authority. He will be a master with immutable dominion over all people. Anyone he doesn't like, he will be able to kill with a thought, in any manner of his choosing, wherever that person is, no matter how far away.
Sounds like a terribly evil magic, Richard said. Zed leaned back, taking his hands from the table. He shook his head.
No, not really. The magic of Orden is the power of life. Like all power, it simply exists. It's the user who determines what use it will be put to. The magic of Orden can just as easily be used to help crops grow, to heal the sick, to end conflict. It's all in what the user wants. The power is neither evil nor good. It simply exists. It is up to the mind of man to put it to use. I think we all know which use Darken Rall would choose.
Zed paused, as was his way, to let Richard ponder the meaning of what he had been told. His thin face fixed in resolve as he waited. Kaelin, too, had a look that told him she was determined to have him fully understand the ominous nature of what Zed was saying. Richard, of course, didn't need to ponder it, since he knew it all from the Book of Counted Shadows. The book was explicit. From the book, he knew Zed was barely touching on the full extent of the cataclysm that would sweep the land if Darken Rall opened the correct box. He knew also what would happen if one of the other boxes was opened, but he couldn't reveal his foreknowledge, and so had to ask anyway. And if he opens one of the others? Zed came forward against the table in a blink. He had expected that this would be the next question.
Open the wrong box, and the magic claims him. He's dead. Zed snapped his fingers. Just like that. We are all safe. The threat is removed.
He leaned closer, his brow furrowed, and gave Richard a hard look.
Open the other wrong box, and every bug, every blade of grass, every tree, every man, woman, and child, every living thing is incinerated into nothingness. It would be the end of all life. The magic of Orden is twin to the magic of life itself, and death is part of everything that lives. So the magic of Orden is tied to death as well as life.
Zed sat back, seeming to be overwhelmed by the telling of the choices of catastrophe. Though Richard already knew it all, he still swallowed hard at hearing it out loud. Somehow it seemed more real to him like this, more real when there was a name put to it. When he had learned the book, it was all so abstract, so hypothetical, that he had never given any thought to the possibility that it would come to pass. His only concern had been that the knowledge be preserved so as to be returned to its keeper. He wished he could tell Zed what he knew, but his oath to his father prevented him from saying anything. It also required him to keep up the pretense by asking another question to which he already knew the answer. How will Rall know which box to open? Zed rearranged the sleeves of his robes and looked down at the table, watching his hands as he spoke.
Putting the boxes in play imparts to the person certain privileged information. It must be that this information tells him how he can discover which box is which.
That made sense. No one knew of the book but its keeper, and, it appeared, the person who put the boxes in play. The book made no reference to this, but it seemed logical. A sudden jolt went through him. Darken Rall must be after him for the book. He almost didn't hear Zed beginning to speak again.
Rall has done something out of the ordinary, though. He has put the boxes in play before he has all three.
Richard came to attention immediately. He must be stupid or very confident.
Confident,
the wizard said.
When I left the Midlands, it was for two main reasons. The first was because the High Council took the naming of the Seeker upon itself. The second was because they mishandled the boxes of Orden. People had come to believe that the power of the boxes was just a legend. They thought me an old fool for telling them it was no legend but the truth. They refused to heed my warnings.
He pounded his fist down on the table, causing Kalen to jump.
They laughed at me.
His face was red with anger, making it stand out all the more against the mass of his white hair.
I wanted the boxes kept far apart from each other, and with magic hidden and locked away so as to never be found again. The council instead wanted them given to important people like trophies to be shown off. They used them as payments for favors or promises. This exposed the boxes to covetous hands. I don't know what happened to them in the intervening years. Rall has at least one, but not all three. Not yet, anyway.
Zed's eyes flashed with fervor.
Do you see, Richard? We don't have to go up against Darken Rall. We have only to find at least one of the boxes before he does.
And keep it from him, which may prove considerably harder than finding it, Richard pointed out, letting the words hang in the air a moment. He had a sudden thought. Zed, do you think one of the boxes could be here in Westland?
Not likely.
Why not? Zed hesitated.
Richard, I never told you I was a wizard, but you never asked before, so I didn't really lie about it. I did tell you one lie, though. I told you I came here before the boundary went up. In reality, I didn't come here before it went up, because I couldn't. You see, in order to create a Westland free of magic, there could be none here when the boundary went up. Magic could come here after the boundary was established, but not be here before. Since I have magic, my presence would have prevented it from happening, so I had to stay in the Midlands until after, and only then was I able to come through.
Everyone has their little secrets. I don't begrudge you yours. But what's your point?
My point is, we know none of the boxes could have been here before the boundary went up, or their magic would have prevented it. So if they were all in the Midlands before the boundary because of the magic, and I didn't bring one with me, they have to still be in the Midlands.
Richard thought about this a while, feeling his spark of hope die. He turned his thoughts back to the matter at hand. You still have not told me what a seeker is, or my part in this. Zed folded his hands together.
A seeker is a person who answers to no one but himself. He is a law unto himself. The sword of truth is his to wield as he wishes, and within the limits of his own strength he can hold anyone to answer for anything.
Zed held up his hand to forestall Richard's objections and questions.
I realize this is vague. The problem with explaining it is that it is like all power. As I told you before, it's how the person uses power that makes it what it is. This is the core of why it is so important to find the right person, a person who will use the power wisely. You see, Richard, a seeker does exactly as the name implies. He seeks. He seeks the answers to things of his own choosing. If he is the right person, he will seek the answers that will help others, not just himself. The whole purpose of a seeker is to be free to quest on his own, to go where he wants, ask what he wants, learn what he wants, find answers to what he wants to know, and if need be, do whatever it is the answers demand.
Richard straightened, his voice rising. Are you telling me a seeker is an assassin?
I won't lie to you, Richard. There have been times when it has turned out that way.
Richard's face was crimson.
I will not be an assassin.
Zed shrugged.
As I said, a seeker is whatever he wants. Ideally, a seeker is the standard-bearer of justice. I can't tell you much more because I've never been one. I don't know what goes on in their heads. However, I know the proper kind of person.
Zed pushed his sleeves up again while he watched Richard.
But I don't pick a seeker, Richard. A true seeker picks himself. I only name them. You have been a seeker for years without knowing it. I have watched you, and that is what you do. You are always seeking the truth. What do you think you were doing in the High Ven? You were seeking the answer to the vine, to your father's murder. You could have left that to others more qualified, and as it turned out, perhaps you should have. But that would have been against your nature, the nature of a seeker. They don't leave it to others because they want to know for themselves. When Kaylin told you she was looking for a wizard who was lost since before she was born, you had to know who it was, and you found him.
But that's only because... Zed cut him off.
It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. Only one thing matters, that you did it. I saved you with the root I found. Does it matter that it was easy for me to find the root? No. Would you be any more alive if it had been extremely difficult for me to find the root? No. I found the root, you are well. That is all that matters. Same with the seeker. It's of no importance how he finds an answer, only that he does. As I said, there are no rules. Right now there are answers you must find. I don't know how you will do so, and I don't care, only that you do. If you say, oh, that's simple, all the better, as we don't have much time.
Richard's guard went up. What answers? Zed smiled, and his eyes sparkled.
I have a plan, but you must first find a way to get us across the boundary.
What? Richard ran his fingers through his hair in exasperation, muttering his disbelief under his breath. He looked back to Zed. You're a wizard. You had something to do with putting the boundary there in the first place. You have just said you have been through it to retrieve the sword. Kaylin has come through the boundary sent by wizards. I know nothing of the boundary. If you expect me to find you the answer, well, here it is. Zed, you are a wizard. Send us through the boundary. Zed shook his head.
No. I said across the boundary, not through it. I know how to go through it, but we can't do that. Raoul waits for us to do so. If we try to go through, he will kill us. If we are lucky. We must instead go across it without going through it. There is a big difference.
Zed, I'm sorry, but it's impossible. I don't know anything about how to get us across. I don't see how it can be done. The boundary is the underworld. If we can't go through it, then we are stuck here. The whole purpose of the boundary is to prevent anyone from doing just what you are asking me to do. Richard felt helpless. They were depending on him, and he didn't have any answers. Zed's voice was kind and gentle.
Richard, you are too quick to criticize yourself. What is it you say when I ask how you must solve difficult problems?
Richard knew what Zed was talking about, but was reluctant to answer, as he felt answering only pulled him in deeper.